Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I make a notwithstanding the House rules motion to revert back to motions for purposes of reordering the second reading file.
Okay, so on that motion without any objection, so ordered.
Yeah, in the agenda that we got before us, we had listed as item 33, bill number 127-31. I move that that be placed at the top of the second reading file as this bill has been declared by an emergency by you, Madam Speaker.
On that motion without any objection, so ordered.
And I then move that we go back to the second reading file.
Okay, so we're in second reading, and I recognize then the author of bill number 127. Yes, the GMH bill. Do we all have a copy of it, by the way? Can you please make sure everyone has a copy? Sergeant at Arms, can you please make sure everyone has a copy of bill 127? Does everyone have a copy? 127. Okay, so Senator, go ahead. Yes, yeah. So a motion to place on the third reading, but you'd like to discuss it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 127 is a bill that is in reaction to a AG's opinion that was issued a few days ago.
You want to make the motion first?
Okay, make a motion to place it on
The
third reading,
and you want to discuss it?
but I want to discuss. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Madam
so you
Speaker.
may proceed then.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this Bill 127 is a reaction to latest AG opinion regarding concerns at the Guam Memorial Hospital and the impanelment of a Board of Trustees. As you know, I sent a request to the Attorney General asking to give us some legal guidance on the organicity of Public Law 30-190, which set up procedures on how Board of Trustees are nominated. You know that the governor of Guam had invoked his Organic Act authority a few weeks ago, dismantled the duly confirmed Board of Trustees of the Guam Memorial Hospital, and subsequently appointed and impaneled a Board of Trustees. The nominations were sent to the legislature, however, it was returned back because it was contrary to law. It didn't go through a nominating council, but since then we received an opinion from the AG saying that that section of the law is inorganic. And I understand, Madam Speaker, that the legislature has different roads that it can take. One of them, of course, is challenging that opinion because it's merely just an opinion. However, I think in the interest of moving the hospital forward and in the interest of making sure that the legislature is a part of the progress of the hospital, that I introduced this bill that would repeal that section of the law so that the governor can now resubmit his nominations and that we can have a confirmation hearing and bring those nominees before the entire body for a vote. Madam Speaker, I've been in communication with the governor's office, and as you know that they've scheduled a Board of Trustees meeting with a group of individuals that the governor says is his Board of Trustees at GMH. I still have that concern, and I've made that commitment on my part that I will work with the legislature, with you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for declaring this bill an emergency and bringing us here to discuss it. I've cautioned the governor's office to not move forward with that Board of Trustees meeting because there's still that underlying question of the legality of a board that's not confirmed by the legislature meeting and taking action. As you know, the governor of Guam, under his Organic Act authority, has full powers, full authority to do what he needs to do at the hospital. And so this bill, Madam Speaker, demonstrates the Guam Legislature's willingness to assist and to give the governor the tools necessary to properly administer the providing of critical health services at our only civilian hospital. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez. On the motion, is there anyone who would like to speak on it? Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support Bill 127-31 with some reservation and a great deal of trepidation. First, let me commend the retiring Speaker, who is our Oversight Chair for the Committee on Health, for being steadfast and for cautioning the Governor as to what his Organic Act authorities actually are. We had a Committee Health Chairman who's been very consistent in advising the Governor that the legislature, particularly in his opinion as a Committee on Health Chairman, and something I share as well, the Governor certainly has the Organic Act authority to do what he deems necessary to ensure the delivery of services that the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority provides. He on his own, Madam Speaker, can unilaterally and singly act on behalf of the hospital in what he believes to be is in the best interest of the Guam Memorial Hospital. And so we're finding a situation where the Governor seems to be backing himself in a corner, because on one hand, first he commended the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees for gaining the accreditation for GMH. And on the other hand, he also commended them for seeking the $12 million loan that was necessary to infuse that cash to get that hospital services moving forward. And then almost immediately, he fired that same board, claiming that he needs to do certain things, and he did that pursuant to his Organic Act authority. And so that was fine. So it wasn't fine that he fired that board, but it was fine that that was his thinking, because that certainly his authority and his prerogative. And so he hired his own management team, Madam Speaker, and he's been doing the day-to-day operations of GMH. And then moving forward, he claimed that he discovered that certain doctors weren't properly credentialed. He discovered some cases that need to be investigated, and he said he needed a shield. And we know what that shield is, Madam Speaker. It's a political shield. It's a political shield because he doesn't want to do the tough job of governing and to say that if I find that these doctors are improperly credentialed, or if I find that cases of GMH need to be investigated, I'm going to do it myself because I'm the Governor of Guam and I have the Organic Act authority to do so. But now don't come to the legislature and say, I've impaneled the board because I need a group of people to shield me from any political consequences or criticisms I may receive as a result of taking those kinds of actions. And so when he started to go from, I'm the Governor of Guam, I have the Organic Act authority to run the hospital, and then when he started to say that I needed to impanel a board because Medicare requires me to, we have been asking for that document. The Good Committee on Healthcare Chairman has asked for that document to prove whether or not Medicare really requires that kind of thing. And those documents have yet to be produced by him, but instead he says that he submitted a bunch of nominees to the legislature, and as you know, the acting speaker at the time, the vice speaker, rejected those packets because he believed that it was in contravention to the nominating council law, which is a new law passed by the previous legislature, and a bill that both he and the current lieutenant governor voted for. And so now that they go to ad lib, it's a very different story. It's, I'm the governor now, I have to invoke my Organic Act authority, and I have to protect and preserve the Organic Act because that's what I have to do. So that's what he claims. And so when the vice speaker rejected these packets, the governor's legal counsel said on his own that that law was inorganic and they were going to ignore it. Well, how convenient, Madam Speaker, for them to choose to decide that the laws of the territory of Guam that were duly passed and enacted are not going to be implemented because they believe it's inorganic. And then the Good Committee on Health Chair wrote a letter to the Attorney General just asking what that AG's opinion is, and to no one's surprise, the AG came back and said certainly that provision was inorganic. And all while this is being occurring, the Vice Speaker has drafted a resolution which he is trying to determine when is the most appropriate time to go to the Supreme Court to seek a declaratory judgment as to whether or not certain aspects of this law, which they deem inorganic, are indeed inorganic. And I want to advise the body that that's certainly, as the previous speaker have said, that's certainly an option that the legislature can still exercise. And so in looking at what is being attempted to do in Bill 127, I understand that if the governor believes that these provisions are inorganic, I understand if the Attorney General says that these provisions are inorganic, I understand that not amending the law which they believe is offensive and inorganic, then we might be seeing as being obstacles to our own collective desire to make sure that Guam Memorial Hospital begins its on the road to stabilization. But a reason why I rise to reservation and trepidation, Madam Speaker, is because we're giving a lot of credence to the Attorney General, because as we know, although he may be the legal eagle and the chief legal advisor for the Governor of Guam and the Governor of Guam, and although we believe that those Attorney Generals and his Deputy Attorney Generals are certainly capable to make these kinds of opinions, they're just opinions. And when we start having this kind of precedent that all we need to do is see a legal counsel opinion, an Attorney General opinion that something is inorganic, the legislature is just going to quickly move and change those laws which they deem offensive. Now that's what I caution us in going down this road. And given the situation of GMH, certainly it's warranted that we move forward in this kind of bill. But this bill that attempts to amend certain statutes currently on the books is similar to a statute that is on the books already for the University of Guam's nominating council, to which you have jurisdiction over, to which there's a current vacancy, to which we're wondering what the governor's going to do. Because like I said, time and time again, that I have more respect for someone that's consistent, even though that individual may be consistently wrong, as long as they're consistent. And so for the governor to, on one hand, say that the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees Nominating Council is inorganic, and to move forward, presumably on the University of Guam's Nominating Council, remains to be seen. So we're watching. Certainly we're watching. And what the previous speaker has said, too, with respect to the current Board of Trustees, the organically created Board of Trustees, they've already issued an announcement that they're going to be meeting on April 7th, 2011. Now, Madam Speaker, I join our good committee chair to caution the administration in just holding off. Don't invite a further challenge by having this organically created board meet, because there's consensus among us in the legislature that the governor on his own has the Organic Act authority to do whatever's necessary. There's consensus among us in this room and won't challenge that Organic Act authority when it comes to the Guam Memorial Hospital. So up until the time that these people that he's assembled, for as long as they're considered simply as volunteers, that they advise the governor on what needs to be done for GMH, and the governor sanctions this by way of executive order, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. But for the governor to, in some days, say, I'm the governor of Guam, I'm going to invoke my Organic Act authority, and I'm going to make these decisions on my own, and then when it comes to a decision that he doesn't want to take ownership on, he's going to make this board impaneled through his perceived Organic Act authority, which there's also consensus in this room, Madam Speaker, that he does not have the Organic Act authority to create a board and impanel this board and have this board convene and have this board meet and take action. And so that's that fork in the road where we find ourselves in, is if the governor's sincerely committed to wanting to set partisan politics aside, which what we pray for every single day, if he's truly committed to recognizing the authority of the legislature and honoring the advice and consent process, Madam Speaker, if he's really true to his word, I'm asking him to honor his word and not have this board meet and take action. Because once he takes action via this board, he's going to invite and incur the ire of particularly the Vice Speaker here, who has penned a resolution seeking that declaratory judgment, asking the specific question as to whether or not the governor has the Organic Act authority to impanel a GMH Board of Trustees and to have that board take action. So if the governor is not wanting to move forward, for example, with the Guam First Commission, believing that any action that the Guam First Commission takes would be legally challenged, then certainly I'm imploring him to not take any action by way of this Organically Act created Board of Trustees. And so having said that, Madam Speaker, and having joined the committee health chairman in putting out the call to the administration in asking them to just recognize the authorities of the legislature, and by passing Bill 127-31, I don't believe that we're diluting the authority that we have as a separate but co-equal branch of government, because there's still the advice and consent process. And so the governor will, if this bill passes and is signed into law, he will obviously, Madam Speaker, resubmit these nominees, but yet these nominations have to go through our legislative course of having a public hearing conducted by the Oversight Chairman on Health, having these nominees reported out, and if it's fine, favorable, and not objectionable, then certainly it's something for us to dispose of as a body. But until such time, and I want to make it perfectly clear, and this is probably my opportunity to do so, that there's nothing that would inhibit GMH's ability to move forward if the governor simply waits to have a board that's duly and properly constituted, members that are duly confirmed by the legislature. And so until such time, over the next couple of weeks, until such time any decision or any action needs to be taken by the Guam Memorial Hospital, Governor Eddie Baza-Calvo can do that on his own, under his own authority, pursuant to the Organic Act of Guam. And so we're not, by me rising to say that I don't want the governor to move forward, just as our health chair committee has said, and to actually have this meeting on April 7th, we're not in any way impeding GMH's ability to do what it needs to do. But I'm just saying that if the governor does move forward and convenes this Organically Act created board on April 7, 2011, then he's certainly going to be inviting a request by the legislature to the Supreme Court for that declaratory judgment, and any actions that Organically Act created Board of Trustees take certainly will be held to legal scrutiny. And so I rise in support of Bill 127-31, and I want to commend our most newest member of this legislature for being in the hot seat since January 3rd. But I just shared with him jokingly that sometimes if you find yourself in the hot seat every single day, the hot seat begins to be comfortable because it's the norm. And so I just offered that as some collegial advice coming from someone who seems to be in the hot seat every day, Madam Speaker, which I find myself comfortable because I certainly believe in the things that I'm doing here as a member of the legislature. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Bill 127.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. On the motion, anyone who would like to speak? Okay, it's on Senator Blas on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I appreciate and I recognize the urgency and the need to be able to address this issue. But I also need to speak on the urgency and the need to be able to address the issue external on the outside. And probably as we all have with regards to the matter before us, done and continue to do our due diligence as to ways that we can ensure and to make sure that healthcare in Guam continues to be provided and continues to be improved. And that, you know, the workings and the dealings of our hospital, which happens to be our only hospital, civilian hospital, continues to function. You know, I'd be remiss to say that we also recognize there are a number of issues that the governor has to contend with. And I, for one, and I'm sure that this is the sentiment of the body as a whole, is being able to provide our chief executive with all the tools necessary to be able to do the job and to ensure that our people of Guam continue to get health care. That said, Madam Speaker, I recognize also that this this issue has got, the root of this issue is even deeper than what's here at the surface. And this all goes back to a certain provision and a certain document that we all have to, apparently it seems that we have to be continuously governed by and have to be continuous to live by. This thing called the Organic Act. And provided that the governor and the Organic Act provides the governor with these powers necessary to be able to do this, and he's doing this. I mean, I think that the governor, in his mind and in his right mind, feels that the opinions and the direction that he was given is the direction he needs to go. And he has to rely on that. He trusts on that. And there are times that we may not agree to it, but for the sake of making sure that things get done and things don't fall by the wayside, he's got the advantage and he uses that authority to be able to do so. Now, could there be a question and could there be a point in time when, as a result, after the dust settles and everything, that we can get back to the normal business of being able to ensure that these individuals come before, or these individuals are affirmed and confirmed before this body? I'm sure. Maybe, and I guess this is the whole process as a result of being able to declare, first off, this initiative or this measure an emergency, so that it I don't want to say it bypasses, but we don't have, for lack of a better term, the luxury of being able to hear and to weigh these issues and to hear both sides of the story, to be able to weigh these issues. And I, for one, and I will continue to, and I am looking for the reasons, and I'm sure they're good reasons, and I'm sure that none of us can argue on as far as those good reasons as to why he invoked his Organic Act authority. But at the same time, I don't think we should blame the chief executive, nor anyone else in this hall, that it's because of the rules that have been set out by this document that has been handed down to us, enforced and mandated for us to be able to follow, that was provided to us more than 50 years ago, that we have to continue to live by that. And I submit to you, Madam Speaker, we're talking about an issue that probably doesn't even exist in any other jurisdiction in this country, because they don't have to live under the rules of what was called the Organic Act. There is a democratic process that exists. A democratic process that is absent, in our own government. So I don't think the consternation is so much with the actions of the governor. It's basically, if you look at the root of the problem here, it continues to be governed by an action that was provided more than 50 years ago, so that you can expediently and conveniently continue to do what you were doing, so that it doesn't break international law. Let's be honest with this. The reason why we were given this is because it was against international law and U.S. law for the United States to continue to obtain and condemn property the way they were doing it, on an island that they had no political relationship with. So they had to establish some type of political relationship or expediency, so that they can justify what they were doing. Interestingly enough, Madam Speaker, I think that you can agree with me, in the last 3 months, a lot of the things that we've been dealing with in this hall, you go right down to the root of the problem, and it comes back to that simple document. So what I appreciate most about this argument and this continued discourse that we're going to have about this piece of legislation is that it is a continued discussion of that document that we have to continue to be governed by. So I'm going to sit here and continue to listen to the discussions with regards to the merits of this legislation. But in the back of my mind, And in many discussions that you and I personally have both personally had with regards to where are we going with regards to our political relationship, our political future. That is the true question here. The governor is just using the tools that he has to be able to do the job that he was mandated to do. Is it to provide political cover? I think not, because at the end of the day, he's still the governor. I would rather think that he needs to empanel a group of individuals that are subject matter experts in that area to be able to make an informed decision. That's an awesome responsibility that he has on his plate. And I don't think it is within the thinking and the mindset of anybody in this hall to be able to stymie the progress and and making sure that he holds up to that responsibility. There are sometimes we're not going to like it. But you know, he's the governor. And part of my job is to help him to make sure that things get done right. And I'm not going to blame him, and I can't blame him. And I'm sure he possibly joins me in ensuring that we improve our political relationship with the United States. But that's another conversation. But I think that conversation was necessary and germane to this one because that's the root of this issue. So, and I recognize and I applaud the mover of the legislation, the author of the legislation. Because yes, he's been in the hot seat since he started. And he's had to make the tough decisions, and this is probably one of the toughest decisions he's had to make so far too as well. But he was bold enough and he was brave enough to be able to put it out there for that discussion. But at the end of the day, I'm sure it is his concern, his end goal as well as mine, that we've got to give the governor of Guam those tools necessary for him to be able to carry out that mandate. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this, Madam Speaker, and I'll continue to listen to the rest of my colleagues in as far as the discussion on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blas. On the motion, I recognize Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I trust the judgment of the author in crafting, of course, Bill 127. I always trust this gentleman and his desire to resolve the conflict between the governor and this legislature with respect to the appointment of members of the GMH Board of Trustees is, of course, with good intention. For example, that he desires so that the governor may proceed and effect some reform at GMH. But the resolution of the current conflict, Madam Speaker, via Bill 127, I would say is a simplistic approach, and it would have some serious implications on other policies that this government and previous legislatures established. And so I share the sentiments and the observation of the senator from Agana Heights with respect to having the court resolve this. This has to do with the boundaries of authority, as to who has the authority to put together a governing body. And so, again, while I support the intent and the desire of Bill 127, I feel that this conflict has to be resolved in court in some fashion. so that we can be sure where we stand. And in this way, it would be on a case-by-case basis. To pass Bill 127 might open the door for other challenges on boards and commissions and so forth, bodies that were established by this legislature to formulate policies in behalf of the legislature as a delegated authority. And so, based on that, I share I have some reservation with respect to the ultimate outcome and the result of Bill 127 if it should pass into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the motion? Okay. We're going to take a brief recess because I understand Senator Blas wants an opportunity to present an amendment. The legislature is back in session. Senator Blas, you're recognized. Senator Frank Blas with an S, Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request your indulgence in now standing the House rules with regards to rules of the floor with regards to already allowed to speak on the bill. If you can allow me that latitude to be able to speak again with regards to a certain amendment that I would like to be able to proffer. And I'm sure that all of our colleagues already have a copy of this amendment. And what it basically would provide is that you know, and in my earlier testimony, I had provided that, you know, the root of this issue is basically that we continue to be governed by mandates that have been with us for well over 50 years, and albeit that as antiquated as that it is, it continues to be those rules that we have to follow. But since then, there have been other mandates that have been passed, that have been mandated, placed upon us as a result of actions, continuous actions by the federal government, and I must say, without any discussion and any discourse with us. And it continues to affect us. And one of those areas, and as far as the effect, our effect, is basically the continued issue with regards to Guam's and having to continue to provide of all the different government services, healthcare services, to those individuals from the freely associated states under the Compacts of Free Association agreements.
Madam Speaker, if I may just inquire, is this amendment germane to the bill? Has that been established? Because if it's not, then we really.
Well, we're talking about
I hadn't presented, and then I was
the
gonna
board
call for
members themselves, and where are we? Those who are going to be as members of the boards, and then this one is specific to their duties.
I know, but Bill 127 is to amend basically removing the nominating council. Yeah, repealing that provision of the law related to the nominating council. And I don't understand. I fail to see how this amendment that has been introduced, which which is what you're speaking on, I fail to see how it's germane to Bill 127. So I guess I'm asking then, is this germane to the bill?
And well, of course, you know, I'm looking at when you look at the title, and although yes, the biggest part here is the repealing of provisions that in which the AG had said was inorganic, but then it's pertaining also to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority Board of Trustees, and the amendment is talking about the board itself in terms of part of you know, its existing duties, with the exception of just adding, from what I see, the underscore language on their powers.
Well, I don't want to be argumentative, Madam Speaker. I guess an emergency was declared to address this particular bill so that we can move expeditiously to impanel a board of directors up there. I don't see that this proposed amendment shares that same level of urgency to then include it in here. So I just would object that this be brought up at this time, and probably should really be introduced as a separate bill or a resolution, or in whatever form might be appropriate.
And you know, since I've actually then responded to your question, which was to try to show the relatedness of the topic, and I understand your concern, yes, when we say that we declare it an emergency, unless we're going to say that it is an emergency bill and we must discuss it only in 10 minutes and get it out of this legislature within that time frame. Of course, the discussion, you know, the question of, you know, the urgency, yes, I understand what you're trying to say, and although the discussion may go on, we could have everyone participate and speak, and then of course it takes longer even before it gets out. I mean, I do understand that concern. So in this case, since I've responded to you, and then I like to leave it again all the time, the wish of, you know, the body to decide. I did. I just did. I said, but so if he's, so since he's objecting, then I'm saying.
And Madam
Senator
Speaker, in the interest
You have
of being
any-
able to maybe respond to the concerns by the good senator who has
Point
some
of
issue.
order first, Madam Speaker, just so
Yes.
we're clear. I believe the previous speaker, although he raised a concern, he wasn't raising a formal objection in terms of germaneness. So
No,
I
but,
don't think it's
but,
necessary for you to call for a vote.
But he's
But not-
questioning.
Questioning,
Yes.
but not objecting. Yeah. Then he says, let's move forward. Yeah. And so the speaker did say that she believed that the amendment was germane to the bill, and so I'm saying that there's no need for
Yes.
the speaker to put that to a
Okay.
vote.
But, you know, of course, you know, I always try to involve everyone
And
and make you feel that you have other recourse.
Madam Speaker, if you can allow me to be able to the question and to the concern with regards to the germaneness, if you can allow me to provide my presentation, hopefully to allay some of those concerns. Yes, and I recognize the intent of the bill. And the intent of the bill, again, like I said, it goes back to the root issue and the concern that we have here with regards to the federal mandate imposed on us through the Organic Act, and that we have to follow. And the reason, and that here is basically calls to question in as far as, you know, what was the true intent and what was the actual definition or the defining authority within the governor that the governor has within the Organic Act. But it goes back to the root. It's this federal mandate, And the germaneness to this basically is because we're talking, and the root of this issue is, again, the federal mandates. And then I present to you in this, in this amendment, again, a federal mandate, another federal mandate, that has great implication and great concern with regards to the continued operations of the hospital. And that as a result of that federal mandate, it has led, I firmly believe, led to some of the concerns and some of the issues that and the challenges that the hospital has to face. And so basically in impaneling, in the question of the impanelment of the board there, is furthermore, is while we deal with the question of that impanelment, we also recognize that the board, we're just providing the board with an additional power and an authority to be able to, in this case, be able to look into the possibility that, as provided in the Compacts of Free Association, whereby the citizens of the Compacts of Free Association can seek medical care in a military facility, as is done in the Tripler in Hawaii, in Tripler Hospital, is give the board that authority to be able to go and negotiate and to discuss with the powers that be, the Department of the Interior and the Department of Defense, a means and an opportunity, a way to be able to continue to utilize that section of the Compacts of Free Association, so that it can help to alleviate some of the concerns and some of the matters and issues that exist within the Guam Memorial Hospital. So that's what this amendment proffers. And with regards, and I firmly believe that it is germane to the issue, because then that does address and it does speak to, again, the continuous mandates that we have to follow. So with that, Madam Speaker, I offer this amendment, and I want to thank you for the determination and for that this is a germane issue to the topic. So I'll proffer and I offer this amendment, and I hope to garner the support of my colleagues for this. Thank you.
On the amendment, any speakers? None? No, hearing none, so therefore, I asked if there's anyone who'd like to speak on the amendment. You want to speak on the amendment? Okay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise an objection to the amendment. First of all, I don't think this is really a function of the board, and in addition to that, this is something that really needs to be looked at closely. Although the amendment directs the board to explore it, we need to be careful what we ask for, because if in fact that facility gets opened up to the FAS, we have thousands of retirees and veterans who have to line up to use that facility. And so they certainly will be negatively impacted, because that queue is going to get longer, and the availability of the limited services that's made available to them is even going to become a lot more limited. So I think it's going to have real significant impacts on veterans and retirees. And for that reason, I think we really need to have a public hearing on it first, and it should not be included on this particular bill. So I rise in opposition to the amendment.
On the amendment, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't object to the intent of the good senator from Barrigada and the minority leader. Actually, I agree with his intent. And I agree with the recent opinion as well of the Attorney General that clearly outlines the authority of the Guam Legislature to, our responsibility to mandate how the hospital is operated, including qualifying the members of the Board of Trustees, including what the powers and duties are of those trustees. And so my only concern is and I know you've ruled on it already, is the germaneness to the Bill 127. And so that's something that I just want to put out there, Madam Speaker. So, and if as I agree with this, the intent of Senator Blas, I think that this plus other duties and responsibilities that I think that we want to make clear for the Board of Trustees can be entertained in a separate bill and in a public hearing forum. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At this time, I recognize Speaker Wampa, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, of course, in support of this amendment. And what I'd like to let our colleagues know, of course, is that this is nothing new at all. What you really see here and are, and if you look in the above where it says Section 80109 powers, this actually already exists in our codes. It's a mandate. So this is nothing new. The only new amendment, of course, here is what is underscored. So to say then now, of course, and I understand the arguments that, well, it's going to impact, yes, to Naval Hospital. It's going to impact on the veterans. It's going to impact on all of the other individuals who go to the hospital. We absolutely have nothing to do with any of the military facilities, but we definitely have everything to do and say about our public facility, our public hospital, the only hospital that is being impacted, not just by our local citizens in the community here. It is also impacted, yes, by our FSM brothers and sisters who come here. It is impacted by any foreign laborers who come here. It's impacted by contractors who come here. And when you stop and think about the numbers of who will be, the numbers that would impact any one facility, it's Guam Memorial Hospital. It's not any other hospital, it's not any other clinic, but Guam Memorial Hospital. And I need not have to remind you, if you look at the newspaper every day, you see a box on the left-hand side that tells you where we are at the capacity of the hospital. And more than not, we're always at capacity and beyond capacity. So this is really nothing new, Mr. Speaker. It just adds on, yes, some has mentioned that already Tripler Hospital has been practicing this. The Secretary of Defense needs to be brought in this. The whole discussion about what we're going to do with these alien laborers should they come to Guam and should there be an accident. What's going to happen? Well, their response has been, at least in my meetings with them, and Senator Respicio was there with us when we met with the Department of Defense, is that on the first 2 days, if they cannot fix the problem or help the individual, that individual can be flown back from the point of recruitment. I mean, that's their solution. I mean, my gosh, I wouldn't even want to go to anywhere to work if that's going to happen to me, that only in 2 days, if I can't be cured or treated, send me home. I mean, that's been the attitude, of course, of Department of Defense, but that's not our attitude. That's the reason why we accept everyone who comes into our hospital. We don't reject them. We take care of them because they are our neighbors. They are our brothers and sisters. We're very humanitarian about this, so we don't turn anyone away. So if anyone or any institution is going to be impacted, it's a Guam Memorial Hospital. And I do support this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I recognize Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very moved by the discussion involving the need to explore how we handle the FAS citizens and what to do in terms of the United States owning up to its obligation by way of the compact impact guarantee that they placed onto the people of Guam. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Blas amendment really is the same problem with the CCU handling the negotiations of FENA. It's a piecemeal approach that addresses these issues in isolation of the larger concerns of the military buildup and of our political status. And to simply make the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees now required to handle this type of negotiations without having it handled in the context of the military buildup and our own questioning the federal government with respect to what our true political status is, it kind of dilutes our message. And so with all due respect, I think the good author of this amendment and his consistency in wanting to raise these issues really should be raised by way of a resolution or by way of a separate bill or even by way of a letter to Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo. The good author of this amendment probably writes to her 100 times a day. And so this is another opportunity for him to write to her and say that something has to be done with the amount of services that are being utilized, overburdened, and impacted, and how much more so with the coming military buildup. And so I don't think this is a function of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, but this is a function that needs to be negotiated under the context of the buildup as well as our political status. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Speaker. Anyone else would like to speak on the amendment, on the Blas amendment? If none, Senator Blas, you want to close, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all my colleagues who basically contribute to the discussion and as far as the amendment, and I recognize and I appreciate the concerns that they bring up. And yes, my intent here is, first off, I don't want to dilute the original intent of the legislation, nor do I want to dilute the issue that has been brought as a result of the amendment. I further also want to allay any concerns and any fears with regards to what this action basically means. This action basically means provides for the board that additional power to be able to have the discussions, being that they are the subject matter experts in that area of healthcare, to have those discussions with the Department of Defense and the Department of the Interior with regards to the possible utilization of the medical facilities to be able to help to mitigate the impact that the Compacts of Free Association, the migration as a result of Compacts of Free Association has had on healthcare. Now, in those discussions, I am very sure that there are going to be some considerations with regards to how that is going to impact the services that are being provided to the veterans and the retirees. I think that if anything, these discussions will help to solidify those healthcare needs of the veterans and the retirees, because then within that discussion, it'll actually bring out what the military and what the Department of Defense and what the Veterans Administration's true intent is as to how they're going to continue to provide and enhance and improve those services to the veterans and to the retirees. Because on another note, Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns that the veterans and the retirees have with regards to how the health care is being provided by the Veterans Administration, they've got a 5,000 square foot facility up there that is undermanned already. So in this discussion, what it'll bring out is the true intent and what they intend to do, and then hold them to it. And I don't think it is in anybody's mind that if we start to see that there's going to be a decrease in the level of services to the veterans and to the retirees, that we're going to move forward on this. That is not the intent. This actually helps that cause. Because then we can start to recognize where their failures are at in being able to provide the services to those people. It's just a recognition that, as a result of what was passed by Congress, what was discussed amongst them and not with us, of the impact. And so that's in as far as allaying those fears and those concerns with regards to this. And I appreciate that we have to be careful what we ask for. But I think it'll be careless if we don't ask and we don't start to ask the questions so that we recognize and we see where those gaps are. Because if we continue the status quo with what is going to happen, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be here a couple years down the road, and guess what? We're still going to be dealing with this issue. And you're right, in the context of the military buildup, this should be in that same context as well. The time is ripe for this. And all this amendment asks for, all this amendment provides, is that they have the authority to be able to act and to have the discussions. That way, too, whatever they find through those discussions as a result of being the subject matter experts, when it eventually comes to this body so that we can make the decision, so that, because we're going to ultimately have to make the decision with regards to the action, we're better informed at it. Again, it goes back to the root of this whole issue. But in the interest of ensuring that the true intent and the continued intent of this legislation that is presented, that is before us, where this amendment is going to be placed in, I just don't want to make sure, I want to just make sure that this doesn't dilute that true intent. Madam Speaker, with that said, if I can ask for a 30-second recess so I can consult and have dialogue with my colleagues on this thing before I close.
Take a brief recess.
To have the discussion with my colleagues, and I appreciate in as far as that discussion, and in the interest again of making sure that we don't lose the true intent of this bill, and although I firmly believe that this could be, and this is a part of that, but I feel that this discussion and this issue is of great importance. And the need for it to be, so that we can further fully discuss this, as was proffered as one of the concerns for the good senator from Manila, and also the concern that was brought on by the good speaker from Maragata with regards to making sure that we cover all areas of the compact that is the free association that addresses this issue, that is related to this issue. In those interests, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and pull back on this amendment, but I will assure you, Madam Speaker, that there will be a bill that will be introduced to this body to be able to address this.
Okay. So on the motion then, without any objection to withdraw, so ordered. So back then to the main motion. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the main bill? Okay, Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Text and speak at the same time?
That will be the first.
See, this must say, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill before us, I guess, would try to remedy the opinion offered by the Attorney General with regards to the organicity of certain provisions of the GMH Autonomy Act. And I think it's very clear to me, for one, that the action being taken is due to the, I guess, policy that the governor has that is not in favor of having GMH be autonomous. Because even if the provision of the law that is inorganic is a policy that he decides that he wishes to support, provide a real, transparent, very, very, very much open community process for identifying community leaders with both the desire and the skill and the talent to lend their expertise to GMH, that he doesn't like that. I want to say that there really is nothing at all that is preventing the governor from saying, I, with my Organic Act power, say that I want the nominating council to go forward. If he has really true Organic Act power over the hospital, he can decide that by virtue of his Organic Act power, that he will designate a nominating council to help him select, in the process outlined in the law, qualified candidates for the Board of Trustees. But it is obvious, because he's decided he doesn't want to do that, that he wants to use his Organic Act power to prevent transparency, openness, community involvement at the hospital. What happened between the campaign and today? What happened? Is this the beginning of absolute power absolutely corrupts? Is this what we're seeing? Because I say that the proper way to proceed with where we find us today really is not this bill. The proper way is for the governor to say, because I promise you transparency, because I promise you openness, because I promise you involvement, I will use my Organic Act authority despite a law that the Attorney General has given an opinion that by virtue of my Organic Act power, I can make that provision organic by exercising my Organic Act power. I'll bet he didn't go to sleep thinking about how to make this work. I think he went to bed thinking about how can I control, how can I prevent people from being involved, how can I do something totally contrary to what I did last year as a senator when I voted that as a policy of this government, I want community involvement, I want openness, and I want transparency at GMH. This bill allows the governor to close doors, close windows at GMH. Even Dr. Friedman doesn't want that. Dr. Friedman wants open doors and open windows, but this process closes those doors and windows that were made open by virtue of the nominating council and the community involvement in vetting individuals for the ultimate appointment by the governor. Still Organic Act and still organic that the governor will have the final say in who he appoints to the nominating council. The only difference is what he wants is he wants to be exclusive. He doesn't want to be inclusive. It's a matter of perspective, Madam Speaker, I think, and that's the perspective I came here. I wasn't 100% with everything in the bill, but when we looked at it last year and we said, how do we open up the process there? How do we begin that? And we looked at where we have done things in this government that have opened up the process, that have become more inclusive with community involvement. We saw the process of the nominating council at UOG. And that the way to protect that process is to put it at GMH and open up that GMH appointment process for the board. Madam Speaker, we're going backwards here. The governor's forcing us to go backwards because his philosophy is completely different now that he's governor versus what he thought was good public policy as a senator. It is the epitome of political expediency. He should have told us last year that I'm going to vote for this bill just because of that. I mean, I am frustrated because I see that. If the governor wants to run GMH using his Organic Act authority, he doesn't need a board. He is the board. But why does he want a board? He wants a board of his own choosing for total control. He does not want a board that has involved the community in presenting to him qualified individuals that have a desire to serve. I'm seeing a pattern here that, that I think is really, for me, beginning to be more than a matter of concern with regards to this exercise of Organic Act authority and where it falls. Because again, if he does have Organic Act authority for that process up at GMH, he can decide, I will use the nominating council, which I support, which I supported, which I cast my vote for. And nobody's going to question the organicity of that. Is somebody going to sue the governor saying, you cannot make an appointment by asking the opinion of the community on who would be good up there in a formal process that is open and transparent? That's the key. In a formal process that is open and transparent. He may be asking members of the community for who should go up there, but is it open and transparent? Hell no. It's closed and cloistered and secretive. And I don't want that. The people of Guam don't want that. The people of Guam don't deserve that. Not after they were promised openness and transparency by the guy who now wants to close it because it doesn't suit what he wants. Public policy is public policy. It doesn't change whether you're governor or legislature, what public policy is and what's good public policy. Unless you're acting on your own interests and not the interests of the public. That's when public policy changes. When you decide that you're going to act based upon your own interests and not the interests of the public. That's when public policy changes and is different from when you're in the legislature or when you're in the governor's seat. But good public policy is never different. Whether you're a governor or a senator, if you are acting in the interest of the public. And it is clear to me that the governor's choice in this is to act on his own self-interest and not the interest of the public, which he decided was the interest he wanted to support when he was in the legislature. But now that he's governor, his public interest changed. Why? Why? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Why is he so insistent that he doesn't want to seek the involvement and the opinion in an open and public process of the community for GMH? Why is he only going to ask 2 or 3 different people? Hey, who should we put up there? Who's going to do what we want? That's the way I see it. That's the way I call it. And that's why I see what I see in this bill. I'm voting no on this bill, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleading with the governor, use your Organic Act authority to put in an open, inclusive, community-based system of vetting out the members of the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees, and then you make the decision. I'm not asking you to have them make your decision, but I'm asking you to use your Organic Act power to put in that public policy that you thought was so good when you were in the legislature, because nothing's changed. It's still, that process is still in the best interest of the public. And that doesn't change now just because you're governor, Madam Speaker. Hafasti na ani staba gwini ge legislatura lengyam maila za tababa. Maila za tababa za tanafan halo mi tautauta gi komunidad za siya o rekomenda. Guato gi goberno haji maulik po fatotsong gi Board of Trustees. Ani staba gwini a sapote a bota kahulo za komentus na ta necesitas an maulik esti. Pagu na matata tsungi si jang ni goberno ilenya mga polo za gwawa lamon. Hafa mo na gaigi pagu na I interes niya. Ti pareo pagu za ni interes publiko ani matata tsungi goberno. Haji gai interes a keke protehi. Haji gai interes ana siguro po na siguro na para siya ti para publiko. Guaha matulay ka. Ipudet, ifuetsa, i-organica, ti matulay ka i-organica. Lo pago ilelengya, may la za guawa lamon. Jata tungwa, hafa na malago na paragwiza, lamon nejes pitot. Tatungwa. Madam Speaker, when I voted for the GMH Autonomy Act and putting in a board, I was confident with the open, public, inclusive, community, far and wide community process of putting in members of the hospital. I was confident in that process, even with the final authority of the governor making the appointment and giving wide latitude for powers of that board, if vetted in that process. Now that it's just completely to a small group of one that makes that decision, I think I want to at least insulate the ability of that hospital and protect that public asset. And so I want, and I'm proposing an amendment that will limit that power of the board that is now so exclusive that I thought they should have had a power when they were inclusive of the community. And so I want to present an amendment that would repeal a portion, a section, subsection F of 10 GCA 80150.1, and repeal that power that was vested in a board that was chosen through an open, public, inclusive, community-wide process. And that is the power to contract out GMH and its management operations and leave that power to the board. Not under this board process for me. And so my amendment would be to delete that section.
On the amendment, anyone like to speak on the amendment? It's an amendment that has stricken out subsection F. Ann, no objections to the amendment? So ordered. Okay, on the main motion, so your 15 minutes is up. Oh, I did signal, I signaled him when, so he already, did you see? I just wasn't saying peace, you know, I was actually saying 2 minutes. Anyone else would like to speak in the motion? Senator Franklin, do you have an amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to make one more amendment. And I'm sorry, I don't think it's been handed out. But it would be to add a sentence to subsection B of 10 GCA 80109B to read, B is the establishment of the schedule of fees in accordance with the title of the hospital, and that the rates established per the fee schedule may be increased by the Board of Trustees up to 5% per year, provided that the total revenues for all the increases per fee schedule shall not exceed 5% of the total revenues adopted by the board in the authority's budget for that fiscal year, or decreased as necessary. Fees for new services, medications, or supplies, or rate increases of more than 5% annually shall be established by the authority, approved and ratified by the Board of Trustees, and forwarded to a Legislature en Guahan for approval. So new fees require legislative approval. Prior to the approval and ratification of the Board of Trustees, public hearings must be conducted by the authority, and for any new fee or rate increases of more than 5%. And the Legislature en Guahan shall have 45 days from the receipt of the proposed new fee or rate increase to conduct a public hearing and approve the increase or the new fee. If the Legislature en Guahan does not disapprove or amend the proposed new fee or increase in rates within 45 days, the new fee or rate will increase immediately, becoming effective. I want to now present an amendment that would put the same provision and the same requirement that affects the increases in revenues at the hospital for 5% and above on new fees, so that if the hospital decides to give discounts, if the hospital decides that they're going to give discounts now that affect the revenue of the hospital by more than 5%, then I think that also should come down to the legislature. So my amendment would be that prompt payment discounts or other discounts to fees or bills or charges may not be approved until said discount is approved pursuant to the administrative adjudication law as part of the schedule of fees for services. So that if they're going to grant a discount that reduces the revenue of the hospital, then they should also have that public hearing process. And if that revenue discount results in a reduction of more than 5% of the revenues for the hospital, then it should come down to the legislature for approval, because we're going to have to make up for that discount that they give through a subsidy to GMH. And so it affects the overall budget of the legislature, of the government of Guam. So that is the intent of this, that the legislature in current statute is required to approve fee increases resulting in more than 5%
Excuse me, point of order, and I appreciate it. If you don't, the good speaker, I'd like to be able to follow along with the discussion and everything. And if we can hold on until we get the copy of the amendment,
Yeah.
okay?
Yes, copies are
Thank you.
being made right now.
copied.
Yes.
But
And
that
I
is
just
the-
decided to just let the senator continue to speak until, you know, the copies get here, and then you can continue and allow you an opportunity to read it as well.
Okay.
So the copies are coming around now. I do have you down, Senator Blas, as one of the speakers. I was wondering about that. But the senator is real good at making payments, so.
Thank you.
I need to collect $15 from Senator Gutherts. Oh, and don't forget the luncheon today also with Misson, being right next door. Okay, does everyone then have a copy and have the opportunity to read it? Okay, Senator Pangilinan may continue.
Yes, thank you
then.
very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do want to just make an amendment to the amendment I presented, actually, and it would be on the underlined portion of the last of the amendment of the bill. It says prompt payment discounts or other discounts to fees or bill charges. Add the words after charges of more than 5% may not be approved unless the discount policy is approved pursuant to the administrative adjudication law. And then that remains consistent that fee increases of more than 5% also have to go through the administrative adjudication, and so will discounts.
So on the amendment, to the amendment of more than 5%, Senator Mabini?
I feel compelled to rise regarding the germaneness of the amendment, as my fellow colleague had mentioned earlier about the previous amendment. For an issue like this, I believe that it should have its own fair share of further discussion, if not a public hearing. And so I think we should have a further discussion, again, of whether this should be added. Again, it's an issue of a germaneness, and I believe our colleagues deserve to have further discussion, if not at least our public to have its fair share. Yeah, I'm objecting. Yes, I'm objecting to because of the germaneness. Yes.
You know, similar to, of course, the other amendment, when you look at the actual sections that we're talking about, it's all within that 10 GCA, and it's all within section 80105.5, 80107, and this is 80109, and they're all about the responsibilities and duties of the board members. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to challenge your ruling on the germaneness, and I'm not going to challenge the intent of the amendment, because I think that we need to, as a body, do a wholesale approach to looking now at what the duties and functions of the board are. And I think something as critical as this amendment proposes to do, I think, just like I stated earlier, I think could better be done in a separate legislation where we have a public hearing for it, bring in the hospital and anyone else concerned with the changes that we're about to make. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Anybody else? So apparently there is then an objection even to the amendment itself. Then I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't give you the opportunity. But you had free.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly, understand, I guess, maybe the hesitancy of acting on something like this in this fashion without the public hearing. But if that's the logic, then there may be attorneys out there that have a different opinion on the organicity or inorganicity of the provisions that we're trying to repeal. There may be opinions out there of the general public that completely disagree with the Attorney General's opinion, that may be of greater, that may be of, have been in practice longer, that may have dealt with the issues of the Organic Act, like Howard Trapp, who is probably one of our foremost experts And he could be interested in providing us his opinion on the inorganicity and the need to make that change or not. So I understand that, but if we, and again, the reason why I'm doing this is because these kind of powers, although they may have been existing, for me, the rationale of allowing them to continue to exist was under a board that was selected under a completely open and transparent, inclusive, community-wide process. Now, we are closing that, discarding all of that process, and allowing for a small, closed, secretive process on who should serve on that board. And if that's the process now that we're going to get these board nominees and how they're chosen, then I think I want to be able to say that your powers shouldn't be as expansive as the powers of board members that are chosen under a completely different, open and transparent process. And that's why I feel it's necessary for me that in the change of philosophy now that we have towards putting people in and on the Guam Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees, there is now a change in my philosophy and policy on what kind of powers these people should have. And that's really the rationale for why I think and feel necessary to offer these amendments at this time. Thank you, and Sidus Mas.
Okay, then, so with that closing remarks then, and there are objections, going to call then for the vote. Oh, those in favor of the Pangilinan amendment, please raise your hand. One, two, three, four, five, six. Failed to get the required number. On the motion, the main motion, Senator Respicio, you recognize?
No, Madam Speaker, may I just make a motion? I recognize that former Vice Speaker Ted Nelson is here, and he's requesting leave of the body to be granted privilege of the floor.
And are there any objections?
Thank
No
you, Madam
objections
Speaker.
then? So ordered. On the motion, any other speakers? There being none, then Senator Rodriguez, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say thank you also to my colleagues. You know, I appreciate the viewpoints of what was shared today, this morning, on this legislation. I understand the concern out there that, you know, when the governor was here in this body, he voted and supported the law that created that nominating council. And now that, of course, he's governor, he has a different perspective on that. But the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that he chooses now to not follow that provision of the law. And I think it's our responsibility here now to make sure that the ultimate goal of ours, which is, and I'm sure this is the same for everyone else here, is to start instituting the improvements to our hospital and to start calming our people with the fears they've had with things that have transpired over the past few months, Madam Speaker. And in all fairness to the governor, he wanted to submit the nominations to this body. And I support what the Vice Speaker did in rejecting those nominations because we had a law in place that didn't give us the legal authority to receive those nominations. And so really what this legislation does, and my whole intention here, is to just correct that technicality. I understand that there's, and I said it earlier, there's different roads we can take in dealing with the Attorney General's opinion. But I think for the best interest of the people, this approach may be something that I'm hoping my colleagues would agree as well is the best route to take. And so I know the commitment we got from the governor's office is that they would resubmit those nominations. And when they do submit it, and when we do have that legal authority to receive it, Madam Speaker, we're going to be part of that process in making sure that those nominees are there to protect the interests of the Guam Memorial Hospital and to protect the interests of all the people of Guam, Madam Speaker. So we're going to still be part of that equation. I'm going to take this opportunity as well, again, Madam Speaker, to ask the governor and to caution the governor not to have the board that he has impaneled now act as a board with full responsibilities, as a board that's been duly confirmed by this legislature. As it has been said already, time and time again from members of this legislature, Madam Speaker, that if he needs to make those changes, make decisions at the hospital now, that he, as governor of Guam, has the full authority under the Organic Act to do so. And as we are giving him this tool, Madam Speaker, and the respect, I'm asking the governor as well to respect the legislature and to heed our calls. Because asking him not to have this body carry out duties and responsibilities a duly confirmed board does, I think, Senator Pangilinan said it right, Madam Speaker, is that we're going to open ourselves up to more problems if the governor takes us down that road. And I'm hopeful that he sees this gesture of ours, if it's passed by this body, as our cooperation and our determination to look out for what is the best interests of the people of Guam. So, Madam Speaker, I'm asking my colleagues to please support this measure to correct the technicalities that need to be corrected so that we can receive those nominees. And I've committed, as soon as it's referred to my committee, to hold confirmation hearings right away and to issue the committee reports out to the full body for consideration. So thank you again, Madam Speaker.
On the motion then to send Bill number 123-31 LS to third reading file without any objections, so ordered. We are going to continue from where we left off in the discussion on substitute bill number 35. And we were on an amendment that Senator Pangilinan had proffered. So Senator Pangilinan, you still have the floor. On lines 22 and 23 for the full cost of recovery.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I made a motion that's still on the table of deleting the word recycling on page 14, line 22. And instead, in some discussions, I would like to withdraw that amendment and offer an alternative amendment.
So on the motion then to withdraw the word recycling without any objection, so ordered. Senator Pangilinan, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment would be then on line 23. It would read, recover the full cost of providing solid waste management services. And then you would continue with and collect money from customers using such services. So solid waste management services.
So on page 14, line 23, after the word providing, remove the word such and add solid waste management and continue on services.
That's correct.
On the amendment, no objections, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next amendment I have is on Q on page 16, and Q is located on line 7, where it says, address the necessity for a facility for recycling of scrap metals, including discarded vehicles, appliances, equipment, etc. I wanted to put scrap metals and e-waste. And e-waste would be such items as televisions, computer monitors, electronic devices. This is one of the most, really one of the most pressing problems that are facing most communities in the United States, as well as us here. We just don't have a way of handling these e-waste, these old computer monitors, and so forth. So I just wanted to allow then the facility that would do scrap metal to also look at dealing with e-waste and so forth.
Senator, would you also be providing then a definition? Because we have a definition page
It would
here.
be e-waste such as television monitors, computers.
You don't want to have a separate definition for it on the
No.
definition page?
I don't,
So you would read then, right after scrap metals, you have e-waste to include TV, monitors, but so you're going to have to list what those
no,
are.
it would be after shipment, I'm sorry.
Or after shipment,
After
other shipment.
equipment, no, actually, it would be after equipment at e-waste
equipment.
such as, so it would be the scrap metals would be discarded vehicles, appliances, equipment, comma, e-waste such as TV monitors, computers, and then to include shredding and containerization or other shipments. Okay.
Okay, so let me see if I follow you. On line 8, after equipment,
Right,
at e-waste,
Right.
such as TV monitors, computers,
TVs,
TV,
yeah.
and you said appliances?
No, the appliances are already in there.
The appliances are there already? Okay, yes. So, okay, on the amendment? No objection? So ordered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator, by the way, I hope we're going to get all this in writing
Yes,
for the clerks.
yes.
Thank you.
Right. The next comment I have on the bill, Madam Speaker, is under U, we're adopting rules and regulations, selection for compensation of those that are certified technical and professional personnel. And then it goes and says, certified professional, technical and professional personnel are defined as personnel employed by the Guam Solid Authority who are professional engineers, attorneys, and other licensed professionals. I'm not sure about the attorneys and engineers. I mean, again, it's just a concern because I think those positions already exist in other places of, not only in statutes, and most especially with the attorneys in here because as you recall, we removed attorneys out of the unclassified because of the Hauser decision, and yet now we're putting them into this certified technical professional that I'm not even sure that all of them are classified. So it's a concern, but I can live with it. I just wanted to point that out. The other comment I have is in 15007 on page 19, beginning on line 12, you know, we have a general manager, then we have 2 assistant general managers for operations and technical support, and then of course general manager for administration. And I just want to kind of put a little bit of perspective on this. Then you have your chief financial officer. The solid waste operation is about maybe $20-some million in gross revenue a year. These 5 individuals, if I look at them, would probably represent almost $500,000 to $750,000 in terms of their total salaries and benefits. And so when you look at operations of organizations and companies where you have a $20 million enterprise and your top management is, taking up maybe 2 to 5% of your revenue, it seems a little bit unbalanced. And so I just hope that we don't go top heavy in the recruitment of these, 5 top officials, and we leave the bottom wanting for those that actually do the work in terms of the heavy lifting of the organization. And so that's just a concern I have with regards to, putting this in place, and we just hope that the new authority will be very prudent in filling in these top management and they don't come at the expense of providing the individuals at the bottom who actually do the service to the customers. They're very important positions. I don't want to take anything away from their importance, but in an enterprise, of maybe 50 people total, to have that bracket of senior management may just be an unbalance, and would put on the record that I think we should need to look at that. The other area I wanted to take a look at is on 15012, beginning on line 18 of page 21, the line on page 22, when it continues in there, on line 4, you have under subsection C, each Government of Guam employee assigned to the Department of Public Works Solid Waste Management Division at the date of the transfer pursuant to statute shall be transferred to the authority. Then it says all classified employees shall remain classified. One of the things I want to deal with, I think, and it may be appropriate here in terms of putting it in policy with regards to the transfer of these employees, the migration of these employees from the Division of Solid Waste to the Solid Waste Management Authority, is that we really have individuals there now who have been there for many, many years, maybe 5, some of them 10, some of them a little bit more, which are the solid waste technicians. And these solid waste technicians have been doing the work, but a large number of them have been unclassified. They got in through the process, they've been doing the job for the last 10, 15 years in some cases, and they have counterparts who have been in there who were brought on board at the same time, who were brought on board as classified employees, doing the same job, performing satisfactorily in the jobs, but they can't get the benefit of increments, of pay raises that these classified employees get by virtue of how they got into the government in the first place. And it's not like we have a long line of people wanting to go there, but we do have individuals who have the desire to do good, honest work. And when they were given that opportunity, even though it was through an unclassified appointment, they have performed the job of a solid waste technician satisfactorily. They performed that satisfactorily when it was under the government of Guam and under management of the government of Guam, and they continue to perform that job satisfactorily under the receiver, who's been in there for almost 2 years now, going on 2 years almost, I think. So in either a GovGuam environment or an environment with an outside receiver coming out from the private sector, managing and having full control over the performance of those employees, they have done the job satisfactorily. And I think we need to handle and decide what to do with these employees. So my proposal would be that on line 4, beginning with the sentence, all classified employees, page 22. Line 4, the last sentence in that first paragraph, or in subsection C, where it says all classified employees shall remain classified. I wanted to make an amendment so that that sentence would read, all classified employees and employees occupying classified positions shall be classified. So we're saying that those individuals that have been there, that are doing the job, when you transition them, that the authority needs to figure out a way to make them classified employees. Because I just think we need to treat these employees with the dignity in which they have performed their jobs and continue to perform their jobs every day, and we continue to deny them the same benefits for doing the same job as the guy next to them who came in under a different appointment process. And so that would be my amendment on that section, Madam Speaker.
So the amendment is that all classified employees and employees occupying classified positions shall remain classified.
Shall be classified.
Shall be
Yeah,
classified.
so it's not automatic, but they have to go through the process of being put in the classified service.
Right. Senator Ada on the amendment.
Madam Speaker, I have concerns about that particular amendment. By making them go from an LTA status to a classified status, I don't know what the fiscal impact that would have. And so I would like to ask that that sort of a change be introduced as a separate bill. Let's have a public hearing. And I really don't know. I mean, if it's as easy as simply changing LTA to classified with no impact at all, then that's fine. But I don't know. I'm not sure that anybody in here does. So I think that's a significant enough amendment that it probably merits of a standalone bill to make that change in there. Because you got in fact we have LTAs in there. We have LTA bus drivers. There's a number of LTAs up at DPW. So if we open that door up, we better be ready to open it up for your LTAs and other divisions. And so, inasmuch as I think that there's certainly good intentions, I'm concerned that the implications are far more far-reaching than we know of right now. We need to identify that. So I would raise an objection to that, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the amendment was, proffered earlier, I was just trying to think similar to the situation in which our GTA employees, of course, were, this was a little bit different into a private sector. And the concern was that we wanted to make sure that we are able to take care of our employees. And I do understand, of course, with individuals who've been in positions for a long time, 5 years, 10 years, that's a very long time to continue to be a limited term employee without even having the benefits that others, have enjoyed. When I was comparing, of course, the number of individuals, and these are not a lot of people, we're not talking about 20 employees at all that would be able to fall into that classification, that when you consider the dollar amount for every one of those positions versus now what we discussed even earlier, I mean, not really even discussed, we just kind of read, and it was brought to our attention only by having, an authority that really will have, top-level individuals with high salaries, and, I can venture to say that none of these individuals will probably be less than even $80,000 per year. There'll probably be $100,000, therefore being able to use about, $500,000 just for the salaries of top management versus the Indians, the people who actually do, the labor on the bottom of the rung. That, lucky, I mean, if at all, maybe even $200,000 just for the salaries of these individuals. I think maybe the concern is when you think about it, I mean, gosh, yes, you're thinking about what the impact would be because we don't know what it is. It's really very new. A lot of it would be dependent on the collections. But if we're quick to accept to accept top-level individuals, 2 general managers, a chief financial officer, an attorney, a secretary, private secretary, and the general manager. That's 6 different positions, top-level positions, not even to question at all what range are we talking about, what their salaries could be, but then to question these technicians, so to speak. I mean, for me, I'm sorry, that just doesn't cut it at all. I mean, if maybe, and I'm hoping that, you know, the chairman's been really good about this in terms of having a very good working relationship with, you know, each of the managers, you know, the directors of all of these different, you know, authorities, to be able to make sure is that they don't go to that extreme, that we're not going to end up being top heavy, and then of course in the bottom, you know, we're going to, there's just no balance there whatsoever, and we're just only going to take care of ourselves because we're on the top. But I know that the chairman would work very closely with them, and I'm not sure really how maybe that even with these classified employees or anyone, of course, moving over there, I'm sure the new management would like to be able to evaluate everyone. It doesn't really matter who it is. They'll just like to assess the employees that they have to make sure that they are up to par. They are skilled, you know, laborers. Of course, they're experts in, you know, in their fields. Everybody would like to have that. And granted, we have individuals with experience as well, and that should, you know, count for something. It should be able to give them that extra added points that will be needed, you know, for these classified positions. I mean, and after all, that's why we have civil service here. So I'm not sure, you know, whether, I don't want to have to go through the whole process in terms of what is required by law through civil service to make sure that these individuals would follow that ladder. But I think, again, the mere fact that it is brought again to everyone's attention, it is part of our journal. We are concerned about it, and we want to make sure that whoever then eventually is going to be heading this division, this authority, would definitely be prudent in terms of looking at its employees and wanting to ensure that, you know, he or she will make sure that they're not only taken care of, that they are definitely, of course, qualified, you know, for the job. And I think that's the worst thing at a time like this for us to really try to throw these individuals out. It's not as if though, and I know yesterday in my concern when we said we wanted to always avoid growing the government, in terms of where the general funds are coming in to support those departments and agencies. This is something that's totally different because it's a revenue generating authority, and, you know, and of course their monies will continue to not just pay its employees to provide the maintenance and all the services that the utilities called for. So I do rise in support of that amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. Any other would like to speak on the Pangilinan amendment? Senator Pangilinan, are you going to close or
I wanted to...
additional amendment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I apologize if I wasn't very clear, and I clarified this with the senator with the oversight over DPW. I didn't want to do it for everybody. It was for the solid waste technician. So I'd like to amend the amendment I proposed, and it would read all classified employees and employees occupying solid waste management technicians shall be classified. So it's only those people, and there's only about 6 or 7 of them, I think, at this time, because everybody else has left because they're working for 10 years, they can't get a pay raise because under an LTA appointment, you're just frozen. So some of them have left, and these guys that are dedicated, that have performed satisfactorily, continue to be there and do that. So it's just the solid waste technicians there.
So the words are solid waste?
Yeah, employees occupying solid waste technicians.
Solid waste technicians?
Positions.
Positions. Okay.
Shall be classified.
So, okay, so wait, maybe, I think what might be a lot easier rather than an amendment to the amendment because then we're going to vote on the amendment first to the amendment. So can you just withdraw your
Yes.
amendment and then make this just one amendment?
That's right. So I
Okay.
withdraw my original amendment, Madam Speaker, and offer the
Okay, so
following.
on that
the-
motion then to withdraw, no objections to ordered, and your new amendment is?
So the new amendment would read then on line 4, page 22, beginning with the word all, it would read all classified employees and employees occupying solid waste technicians shall be classified.
Technician positions.
Positions, technician positions. correct.
Okay, shall be.
Yeah. Thank
Senator
you very
Ada on
much.
the amendment?
Madam Speaker, I still have concerns. You know, I'm aware that, I know that in this previous administration, I'd actually met an individual who was an LTA for 5 years. Apparently, the preceding speaker knows of some solid waste technicians who have been in an LTA status for 8 years. Despite the fact that there are, in fact, I believe, solid waste technician positions. I don't know. But one has to wonder why that the administration chooses to keep an individual in an LTA position as opposed to making him a classified employee. I don't know, but it just seems to fly against the face of logic. And for us to, you know, to just, again, I still have my reservations. It could be that some of these people, in fact, I know, I know that over in one of the other divisions, they have LTA personnel who can be brought on and productively employed to do the work that is needed. But if they were going to apply as a classified employee, they could not get that job because of either something in their past, in their records, or they just, I believe there's no qualification requirements for an LTA. It's kind of, you know, pretty much a subjective thing. You're hired, sort of thing. Can you drive a bus? Can you get a driver's license? That's it. You're it. But if they were going to compete, they probably might get knocked out of the race. So again, this is a double-edged sword. Now, I don't think we should take it as lightly. I would like to understand why is an individual in that position for as long as 8 years? And we may not be doing that individual a favor like we think we are. So I'm going to object to the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Just a point of information, Madam Speaker. An LTA still has to qualify for the position in order to get appointed. It's just that probably the most the biggest difference is the appointment process. They don't have to compete. They can be brought on right away. They can be released at any time. They don't have to get increments. They don't get, you know, merit increases and so forth. So that's just it. An LTA is not any Johnny off the street. It's somebody who is qualified for the position but is appointed outside of the competitive process.
At this time, I recognize Speaker Wampa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank, of course, the previous speaker because everything he did say about normally who then qualifies to be or an LTA or who we decide to actually hire and then give them the position of an LTA. And I just, you know, ask our colleagues to actually just look very carefully at that when we say LTAs because that's exactly a lot of positions that we have here in the legislature as well. And although, yes, we might like to say that whoever it is that we just want to give for whatever political favors, whatever it is, I do know that here we really do look at qualifications as well because it's critical that we're so small that we want individuals who really can do the job. And when you talk about a small division, and in particular, solid waste management, the receiver will at no time hesitate to remove any one of those individuals if they didn't perform. That's the one thing that's one division where everyone really is on their toes day in, day out, every minute of the day, making sure that they know what they're doing because anytime that receiver can go in and say, you're out of here, you're not performing. And more importantly, LTAs where you absolutely then don't even need to give them advance notice. You don't even have to say, get 2 weeks notice, you have no rights whatsoever. The whole idea of an LTA is savings. It's savings for either that division, that department, the government overall, because you're not paying for any of the benefits. You're not paying for medical, you're not paying for dental, you're not paying for increment, you're not paying for reclassification, you're not paying for a promotion. That's all it is. It's one flat dollar rate, and that's what you give. I can't believe that we're nickeling and diming exactly these few positions. Because if anything else, I'm just totally baffled, because if this amendment fails, then I guess I'll sit down here and listen, because then my next amendment then, Mr. Speaker, is to look at those management positions and actually set then a rate for them. Because I don't want to see these individuals with $250,000 and we can't even support, 5, 8, or even less than 10 individuals, not even at $200,000. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome. At this time, I recognize Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly rise to say I appreciate the discussion because what the mover of the amendment is bringing before this body is an even greater problem that exists throughout the government of Guam, and that's the whole handling of the limited term appointees. We know that the executive branch identifies from within its budget those positions that we call full-time equivalents. And for one reason or another, Mr. Speaker, rather than announcing these positions and having them go through the interview process, for one reason or another, they're opened up as an LTA. In my experiences with LTAs date back to when I was Director of Department of Youth Affairs. When I was first appointed to that agency, I've discovered that there are about 11 people there that were underfilling full-time equivalent positions as limited term appointees. One of them for as long as 7 years, which was started from a previous administration. But for 7 years, Mr. Speaker, imagine being an LTA, going to work every day, wondering when your number is up, when your day is up, since you've been appointed as an LTA. But not only that, these LTA classified employees of the government of Guam, they can't even get an unclassified loan for the bank, any bank, because their employment status is temporary. And so when the bank looks at their employment and asks them, why are you there for 7 years but you're still temporary, even still, the fact that that person is an LTA classified employee of the government of Guam, their status is kind of in limbo. So either you're gray or either you just can't live in this gray area. I might say either you're black or either you're white, but you just can't live in this gray area of uncertainty, Mr. Speaker, in a sense that you just don't know what your status, how long you have this status. And so what I forced BBMR with the support of my appointing authority was to open up all of these positions and have all of them compete for these positions. But what that meant is that I had to make sure that their resumes reflected the job knowledge, skills, and abilities that we're doing. I had to make sure to let DOA know that the services that they're providing the Department of Youth Affairs, they're doing these certain things so that when they get rated, they rate high enough so that when they compete for their job, this is the job they would get. And so by doing this, we've also had to open it up to other people interested in filling these positions through the competitive process. And I'm not sure if they're LTAs because although they may be qualified to do their job, if they open it up in a competitive basis, maybe they may not get that job for one reason or another. I stand in support of the amendment because I think these individuals that the good mover of the amendment is trying to classify have certainly proven their ability to maintain and keep the job that they have. But I hope that this legislature moves forward and addresses other LTA positions throughout the government of Guam and open up these positions so that way they can know whether or not they're going to be there longer than their temporary status. I just don't think it's right that we put these employees through these kinds of conditions and with these kinds of uncertainties, knowing that there's mechanisms from within the government of Guam to have these people classified. And when you're classified, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, you know that you have merit protection. When you're LTA, I'm not entirely sure that you have merit protection. In a sense, I'm not entirely sure that you've met that probationary period because your status is just temporary. And so I hope that rather than wondering what about the other employees who find themselves in the same situation, I say we correct the problems as we go forward. And the mover of this amendment is attempting to do that. But I guess is with great caution and reservation that there are other employees in other divisions within Department of Public Works. There's other employees within the other departments and agencies throughout this government of Guam that we need to look at as well. And the legislature historically has shunned against this practice of bringing people on board on a limited term appointment basis and having them there longer than an LTA should really be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that. Any other speaker on the Pangilinan amendment? There being none, Senator Pangilinan, would you like to close, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues, and I certainly share the same concern. From a financial side, we have looked at this because this is not the first time we've looked at it. It really, I mean, putting these people in a classified position would probably have an initial impact of less than 20,000. I think it's only like 5 or 10,000. I'm not sure, but we did look at it during one of the budget process. So it's not a huge amount of money, and then of course going forward you would build it into your operating budget. And again, you know, in these positions, we're not looking at you know, any of the. I just want to say that, you know, I think these employees have dedicated themselves. One other note, in our discussion with the receiver, he supports this. He says, you know, these individuals are working there, they're doing the job, he's satisfied with their performance. Those that weren't performing satisfactorily have actually left. And so we've had a decrease in the number of employees in the solid waste division, and even in the solid waste technicians. These employees are now going out there collecting it. We have, you know, 2 pickups now. We're not doing special runs. They really have become quite efficient. And, you know, it's the inequity that exists with regards to one person on the truck, then the guy next to him. One person's getting paid, you know, $10 an hour. The other person who's been there the same amount of time is getting paid, you know, $7. Something's just not fair about that. And even the receiver said he would like to see this corrected and suggested that we do something, you know, through the legislative process. And I saw this as an opportunity in setting up this solid waste authority to do that. I promise my colleague that if this amendment passes, this will be the last amendment I make on the bill. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any objection to the Pangilinan amendment to move it down to? Or no objection to the amendment, no objection. So ordered. Yeah. And any other speaker on the main bill 35?
Mr. Speaker,
Senator, you recognize, sir.
I had to withdraw it because I was Mr. Speaker, I have just a couple of housekeeping amendments. On page 4 of the bill, on section 4, it reads transition liaison. That particular section was written for the CCU. But now that we have that has been changed, so we're going to be putting in fact, the governing body will be a board appointed by the governor. The amendment that I have, and I'm going to ask, has that been passed out? You should have there on your desk, written at the top of the upper right-hand corner, it's number 2. And it really should read then, now, upon enactment of this act, the governor shall initiate procedures for the appointment of members to the Guam Solid Waste Authority Board of Directors and shall submit set nominations to the legislature within 90 days. Within 30 days of empanelment, the board shall establish liaison and continues with the language in Section 4. So everybody should have a copy of this amendment. Mr. Speaker, do you have it?
No, I don't have.
So I'm just putting in new language to be consistent with the earlier decision to have a board of directors.
So could we have a minute recess so that
Sure.
everybody can have that?
In fact, there's going to be there should be 2 amendments. One of them has number 1, and then the other one is a number 2.
Okay, 1 minute recess.
Yeah. Sausage
Legislature back in session. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, everybody should have an amendment there. On the upper right-hand corner is number 2, and it has to do with an amendment of Section 4. So again, I'm inserting the language, upon enactment of this act, the governor shall initiate procedures for the appointment of members to the Guam Solid Waste Authority Board of Directors and shall submit set nominations to the legislature within 90 days. I think that by putting in the timeline, then of course we hopefully would avoid situations like the Guam First Commission. And then within 30 days of empanelment, the board shall begin liaisoning with the receiver. So that, Mr. Speaker, is my first amendment.
Any objection to the amendment? No objection?
All right.
So ordered.
Second amendment that I have on the upper right-hand corner is the number 1. And all it does is it actually, you'll find it on page 2, line 19. And all it is really to correct the language, clean up the language on the findings and intent, reflecting that the legislature intends to place the Guam Solid Waste Authority on the governance of a board of directors appointed by the governor and subject to the advice and consent of the legislature, and then everything else after that is deleted.
Give me a
Okay.
moment on that. We don't have a copy of that. Okay, okay, I have it. Any objection to the Tamada amendment, mark number 1? No objection, so ordered.
And then I just have 3 more really minor house cleaning amendments. Find on page 6 of the bill. Item 4 on line 6 there it gives a definition of commission, and we actually want to change that and define board, such that then it reads, board means the board of directors of the Guam Solid Waste Authority. And then along with that amendment then is going to require really a general amendment where the term commission in reference to the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, that should be replaced with the board. Okay, and then finally, as a final housekeeping on page 3 and on page 4, we just need to delete sections 2 and 3. That's language pertaining to the Consolidated Commission on Utilities.
Any objection to that? No objection? So ordered. Any other?
None.
No, Senator Mabini wanted to
Oh.
talk on the bill. Senator Mabini, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. You know, one of my concerns, well, first off, I rise in support of the bill. One of the concerns that I have is perhaps the lack of emphasis and perhaps the need to emphasize more our concern about hazardous waste. We've been talking a lot about our natural resources, our environment or whatnot. And so may I make a suggestion to the author if we can make maybe a few minor adjustments. The only reference to hazardous waste has been the definitions that were pointed out on page 8. And I believe the next page, I believe there's another section here regarding operational costs. So those are the only two places that I see reference regarding hazardous waste, and I'd like to increase increase the importance of protecting our environment by possibly adding at least a few words. Let's say in page 15, line 25. Item L speaks about public-private partnerships for solid waste management, etc. The last line says this duty shall also address construction debris or demolition waste, metallic debris, white goods, tires, and green waste. I'd like to add perhaps right behind that hazardous waste. And the next page, under item R, that's page 16, require the preparation of any necessary environmental impact assessments or environmental impact reports. Perhaps a few words right behind that, and plans for any mitigation measures.
Senator, we're going to have to
Sure.
do one at a time. So
Sure.
on page 15, then.
15 is adding.
Page 15, you want to add the word hazardous waste on
Yes.
line 25 after waste contracts.
No.
On that-
After green waste, comma, and hazardous waste contracts.
Okay, so wait, so green waste, hazardous waste, and,
No. Tires and green,
Yes.
I think what needs to be corrected is where the word and is. So
You're right,
perhaps
so-
it's white goods, comma, tires, comma, green waste, and hazardous waste.
okay, and then, but you've got the word contracts.
That's, and contracts at the end, that's correct.
Okay, and contracts. Okay, so on the amendments, everyone able to follow along? After, on page 15, line 24, after the word tires, add a comma, delete and. You'll continue on with green waste and a hazardous waste and contracts.
That's right.
On the amendment, no objection, so ordered. And then your second amendment, it takes us to page
Page
18.
16.
I mean,
16.
Where am I? On
Line
R,
11.
Section R, okay. Line 11, what is,
So after environmental impact reports, comma, and unless somebody has suggestions for better verbiage, I would suggest, and plans for any mitigation measures.
plans for or
And plans for
for
any mitigation measures.
any mitigation measures. Okay, so on page 16, line 11, after the word reports, comma, and plans for any mitigation measures. On the amendment, no objections to the amendment, so ordered. Senator, you still have the floor?
Yes, and I just wanted to point out just one more thing. The reason why I bring that up is, other than, of course, our concern regarding the impact of any of our solid waste in our environment, maybe my colleagues and the community may not realize this, but for instance, the carcasses that is included under the definition of pathological, infectious, or biological waste on page 8 includes animal carcasses that we pick up from the road that are DPW pick up, as well as those that are euthanized from our animal shelter. On average, if my numbers are correct, there's about 24 animals per 1,000 individual citizens on Guam that are euthanized a year. That amounts to almost 4,000 a year, and that actually are disposed of in our dumps, unfortunately. And so, and this is something that I believe should be a concern of our community, just at least one of them. That's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Mabini. Is there any other speakers? Are there any other speakers? Okay, Senator Ada, then to close on the bill. Yes?
Yeah. I raised a point of information regarding
Please
this
state your-
bill. Yeah, the legal counsel has advised that she's in the process of giving a thorough review on this bill as with any other bill. But as the author has conceded as well, there's certain sections in the code that's identified in this bill which probably need further review, that it may not be relevant to this particular measure. And so they're finding these things, and the legal counsel is still waiting for information from the compiler of laws. And so we can do one or two things. We can either move it to the third reading file with the understanding that we would have to move it back to the second reading file, or as the author agreed, we can just keep it in the second reading file in case there's some corrections that need to be made. And I advise the body, this is not just technical amendments, because if in the event he's attempting to repeal a certain code, we would have to make that correction by way of a floor amendment rather than leaving it up to the legal counsel, because it's not a technical amendment.
Yes, I think that's
can we just
the
leave it?
second suggestion is
So
good.
the suggestion, as the author agrees, is just to keep it on the second
Okay,
reading
so
file. If
the
in the
motion
event we
then
have
is
to
to
come
keep
back.
it in the second reading file, and we will continue
With the
to move
assurances
on.
that we will vote on this bill at the conclusion of this session.
Yes, absolutely. So on that motion then, without any objections, so ordered. I need to remind everyone is that we do have a meeting next door, and they are providing lunch and would like to have a dialogue with us. So we're going to recess until 2 o'clock this afternoon. We also have a resolution that we want to present to them as well, and they have something to present to the legislature. So we will be in recess. The legislature is back in session, and we're back to second reading, and on the top of the agenda is resolution number 40-31, and I recognize the author, Senator Munya Barnes. Yes. Oh, and you know what, and to make sure that it's fair, Francis, you're going to be the one keeping time of everybody. Okay. Francis, just press the right there.
Situas Masi, Madam Speaker and Talawani Situas. I just want to know that Resolution 40 is relative to requesting Congresswoman Madeline Z. Bordallo to introduce legislation in the United States House of Representatives to amend the Tourism Promotion Act of 2009, ensuring Guam's access to millions of tourism-related dollars from the federal government.
And your motion?
Oh, on the motion to put it on, I'm sorry, to put it on third reading and discuss it.
Yes,
Okay.
you can continue.
Okay. The President Barack Obama, Madam Speaker, signed the Travel Promotion Act of 2009 into law in March of last year, which was March 2010. The intent of this measure, Madam Speaker, was to enhance travel to and within the United States of America. And as far as I am concerned, Guam is still a part of the United States, even when Congress forgets to expressly provide for our inclusion. And in spite of the best efforts of our good Congresswoman, Madeline Z. Berdallo, Guam, I believe that Guam loses nearly $10 million a year in tourism promotion dollars because the Tourism Promotion Act does not explicitly require Guam's involvement. Madam Speaker, as you know, at a time when gas prices are rising, tourism numbers are falling, and everyday people are working harder, earning less, and paying more, Guam tourism industry needs the near $10 million, our inclusion into the Travel Promotion Act that will provide. With the nearly 30% drop of our visitor arrivals from Japan expected in this short term, Madam Speaker, our economy may soon force people out of work and into welfare. And given that reality, we must increase our arrivals from our emerging markets. And those emerging markets, we look at South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and China. And despite the fact that Guam receives approximately 1.2 million tourists throughout the world, including Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and our emerging markets, our island is not a part of the several states that this measure was meant to impact. As the world competes more fiercely for an ever-shrinking tourism dollars, we need every tool with which we can avail ourselves. Now that we all know that Homeland Security's interim final rule excludes the China and Russia from the Guam visa waiver program, that's the China-Russia waiver. Guam's not included in that. And as we work toward a favorable outcome in this, as we continue to work for a favorable outcome in the Chinese visa waiver promotion, our inclusion in this TPA, which is the Travel Promotion Act, and $10 million in new marketing money, it's a good interim measure amidst our uncertain times. You know, Madam Speaker, as the Congresswoman's letter regarding the intent of where Congress was on regarding Guam, she sent a letter to me saying that it was never the intent of Congress to exclude Guam, and yet we continue to be left out. We are left out behind, and again, we're left out, and we are not with a voice. This resolution, Madam Speaker, which comes at the request of course, the Guam Visitors Bureau, we're asking our Congresswoman to remove all doubt about our status within this program by introducing and clarifying legislation within the House of Representatives to expressly include Guam. The Secretary of Commerce will not be able to prevent our inclusion as a matter of interpretation. This measure recognized yet another instance in which Guam suffers the tyranny of our distance from the mainland U.S., and through this reality might be real, it is unfair. Though this reality might be real, it continues to be unfair, it is unequal, and it continues to be unjust. As I said earlier, the act allowed the United States to establish a multi-million-dollar promotion program to compete with the global stage for the billions of dollars and immeasurable goodwill that it would come with additional overseas travelers. Madam Speaker, I just want you to know that this is a good resolution, and I hope that my colleagues help me support this effort as we can realize over $10 million because of Guam is included with the travel authorization with the United States. And if we can realize the 1.2 million as a conservative figure, we can realize over $10 million. So it doesn't hurt to look at more revenues into our island. So I hope that my colleagues will support this efforts with me and join the bandwagon as the Vice Speaker and I have introduced this legislation so that we can be included in this measure with Congress. So si Diyos Masi for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
So when you hear that beep, that means your time's up. Okay, so I'll subtract 2 minutes from your next speech. On the motion then to send it down to third reading, unless anyone wants to speak on it without any objection, so ordered. Huh? Oh. No, I wanted to, yeah, she didn't even put her vice chair as a co-sponsor. Non-germane. Okay, on the next one. Oh, okay, come up here. A resolution, bill number 42. That's why you were in a hurry. I didn't even know. What is it anyway? Which one is this one?
That's what we said.
This was an opportunity to speak
In unison? No, just vote for the bill.
one bill, one word bill.
My colleagues, we are now going to entertain Bill 42. And I'm going to go ahead and recognize the speaker, Speaker Judith Wampat. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to place Bill 42-31 COR in the third reading file, and just a brief description, because I know if you really look at it, you're probably saying, what in the world are we trying to do here, because everything is stricken out. But a little history. This actually goes even as far back as the 23rd Guam Legislature, and then, of course, the 24th, because of all the contest that was actually taking place in which the governor had, of course, challenged the board. And then in the 26th legislature at that time, Public Law 26-26 was actually created, replacing all legislation that directed or governed GDOE. And there was this whole effort as a result of this lawsuit was to insulate, even isolate, separate, protect the Department of Education, and more importantly, any influence to the superintendent. And everything was done, of course, to remove anything remotely close to influencing, governing, controlling, the department. And one of that, besides the elected school board, which after the Organic Act was amended, that then now they've taken out the two unclassified positions. Then was the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, that they're not part of the governor's cabinet, where it says that they would not be considered, them as being a cabinet member. And at that time, they were appointed, of course, and now they're actually hired by the board. This is not to say, Madam Speaker, that just because this is actually happening, that it means that truly then that the superintendent's answerable to the governor, because that is not the case. As we know, it is the board who hires, evaluates, and ultimately terminates, if they choose to, the superintendent. What this actually would mean is just providing some type of a seamless communication, because the Department of Education is not a fourth branch. And when all this happened, I'm sure everybody remembers, that the time when it got to the point that they were thinking that they were a fourth branch. that they didn't have to report to anybody, and legislation was passed even that they were going to bypass, everyone in terms of their budget and go directly to the legislature. And when anything ever happened, it was always the legislature who had to be the one to bail them out, solve all the problems, when in essence, our primary responsibility here would be to pass a budget, and yes, we would pass a budget for the department. We don't, however, control the release, of the allotments, not at all. And as much as they may come to us and say we're not getting our money, ultimately it has to be the executive branch who would do that. That's their responsibility. Now we've done, as much as we could in terms of trying to help them out, yes, through legislation, and even with a council in which now they would be kind of monitoring and working with them, keeping track of their expenditures. I can't remember the exact title of that. I'm sure my colleague from Barragata would refresh our memories on what they're doing. And it actually seems to be working, because then we're kind of keeping them on track. And it also includes other members in the executive branch aside from the legislature, the committee. So as a result of that, Madam Speaker, what it is that that we're beyond that time where there are many people who want to interfere with the Department of Education, and this is just to work closely with the administration, and that they're still a part of the executive branch. Thank you. Thank you, Francis.
Sito Masi, Madam Speaker. Anyone else wishing to speak on the motion? If not, motion to put it in the voting file without objection. Motion carries. The next bill we will entertain is Bill number 45-31. Senator Palacios, you're recognized. Consigi, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I'd like to move that Bill 45, as substituted on the floor, be accepted into the second reading file for purpose of discussion. Yes, they passed it out since yesterday.
I heard that alarm. I heard that alarm again. Oh, she was using, but no need. Francis is timing. Don't confuse us, otherwise I'll charge you $5. That was Pat. That was Pat. Yeah, she was timing.
So,
Okay, I'm so sorry. As
no, I
Senator Palacios, now
I move that Bill 45, as substituted on the floor, be accepted and
Okay,
placed in
so-
the second reading file.
And you would like to, on the third reading, and you want to discuss
And then,
it?
of course, if that's accepted, then I would like to move that it be placed on the third reading file for purpose of discussion. And if I may give an overview, Madam Speaker.
Okay, it's on the agenda. Oh, wait, 45? Yes, it's on the agenda. So then the motion would be just to place on third.
No, to substitute.
Oh, you want to play a substituted version?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
wait, can one moment? Let me see
We
if
passed
I-
it out since yesterday. It's Bill 45 as substituted on the floor, which is, I'm presenting now the substitution.
We don't have the substitution. Yeah,
Yeah, it's been passed actually since yesterday, but I think it got lost
thank
somewhere.
you. Okay, so, yes, so motion to accept then the substituted versions without any objections then, so ordered, and now placed
And I
on,
move
Senator.
that the substitute bill as substituted on the floor, Bill 45, be placed on the third reading file and for
And you would
purpose
like
of
to discuss
discussion.
it?
And yes, ma'am.
Okay, please continue.
Madam Speaker, first let me just explain why the substitution is necessary. Bill 45, the original version, actually it was a very simplistic approach. I thought originally that all we need to do is just amend that statute where it says only the customs and quarantine and the Department of Agriculture may remain in the properties of the airport artisan. And I figured by inserting GPD there, that would be sufficient. But then during the public hearing on Bill 45, it became clear that there's more to that than just amending that. And so the substituted bill actually incorporates all the recommendations and the comments and the concerns of the AB Wampat International Airport Authority Management. Mary Torres testified that. And so the substitute version is actually almost what was submitted to us. And the core issue here, Madam Speaker, on Bill 45 is there's a conflict really now between the GPD as to having to move out and the airport authority has to having to build a road there. Now, when the Titan property was conveyed to the airport authority, one of the provisions is that only the Customs and Quarantine and the Department of Agriculture, elements of it, may occupy space in Tijan, as these functions relate, of course, to inspection and quarantine at the port of entry, which is the airport authority. And GPD is there only through the memorandum of agreement, which, Madam Speaker, will expire September of this year. GPD has no plans to be anywhere else. Fortunately, during the public hearing on Bill 45, the airport gave some ideas, which was incorporated, and stated that they would be agreeable to relocating GPD offices to the former Customs and Quarantine offices, which are the two buildings past the temporary JFK campus right now. And GPD is agreeable to that based on their footage requirement. That would be sufficient. So it is not really so much that the airport does not want GPD in Tijan. It is that GPD has to relocate from its present location to allow for the road project to commence, which will cut across the current GPD site offices. And it is urgent to relocate GPD, Madam Speaker, because the road project has been delayed 2 times before. And there is, I think, a notice that the grant that's been approved may expire this year, and so at least encumbrances would have to be made. And they're saying that by passage of Bill 45, with the sunset clause included here of December 2013, after which time GPD has to relocate, it demonstrates a good faith effort on both parties to resolve this issue, and the road project will continue and, of course, will commence, and GPD will remain on the side. So Bill 45, as is substituted, provides for the administrative amendment to the current law. And it would allow the airport project to proceed with the road project, and GPD would be allowed to remain. Bill 45, Madam Speaker, as is amended, will reconcile, of course, the conflict between GIA and GPD, and at no cost to the people of Guam. It is my understanding that relocating to the former Customs and Quarantine offices may require a little bit more funding. Of course, that is, I guess, a more just recently renovated about 5 years ago by Customs and Quarantine. It's more fitting for GPD. So I guess the additional budget that may be required in addition to the $20,000 that right now I think GPD is paying for the current location, GPD says that they'll be able probably to come up with the additional to at least allow the airport authority to recover what they put in terms of renovating that place. As it is right now, it is vacant. So, Madam Speaker, the substitute bill, of course, will provide for the relocation of GPD to the former Customs and Quarantine. It has a sunset clause. The FAA wants to see this because FAA is actually the authority that's concerned because the transfer of the property to the airport authority of Tijan requires that only revenue-generating activities benefiting the airport authority may be allowed to be in there. And so, again, Bill 45 as is substituted incorporates all the comments and concerns of the airport authority. The executive director was here yesterday morning, but this was not heard just to show a support. Again, of course, the chief of police supported this, and I asked my colleagues to consider. Bill 45 merely just makes, I guess, an administrative amendment so that the current conflict can be at least resolved for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Si Jos Masi, Senator Palacios. I understand, Speaker Wampat, you want to speak on the main motion? You're recognized. Consigi put favor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I know there's been this discussion for a long time when a lot of the departments and agencies, were moved up to Tijan, and And that was because we were actually leasing within the public sector, and the government at that time we were experiencing, of course, an economic downturn, and that has affected monies that we were receiving, how we're going to be able to support agencies, departments and agencies that had to go out and lease. And the move was made then is to try to start moving these government agencies to TGen. Then, of course, we all know now is that the airport has acquired, additional properties there, causing the movement or relocation of individual family members who have received their properties, beyond already what the airport was able to acquire. The thing that really bothers me, and we've talked about this every time, and we've always asked these questions of these autonomous agencies that, were once, of course, a department and agency under the executive branch and not semi-autonomous and not completely autonomous, and then definitely not, private. And they were all part of the government. They still are a part of the government. And where they are today was a result of the government as a whole, of course, supporting these departments and agencies. The property that they currently are using is government of Guam property. The buildings that they're currently using are government of Guam properties. The employees who work there are government of Guam employees. They're classified employees. They contribute to the retirement fund. They are all one government. However, because they have become autonomous, and the legislature, in the wisdom, of course, of the past legislature, who's given them various, autonomy for certain things that they can do, but with the exception of, yes, sometimes coming to the legislature if they need to go out and get a bond. So these autonomous agencies are agencies, like the Port Authority, the Guam Power Authority, one time the Telephone Authority, the airport, and they're still, yes, a part of the government. However, what has happened now is that these departments and agencies, we no longer provide additional funds from the general fund to support them. They're able to generate their own revenues to run their own authority. And legislation's been passed in the past, of course, by past legislatures. And one such legislation that was passed at the time when, very few of us were there in the 23rd Guam Legislature, and they are primarily Senator Tom Hatta, Senator Ben Pangilinan, and myself were the last three from that time that are currently here. And in that legislation at the time, there was legislation that was introduced then, and it was Bill number 133 COR, and it actually became then Public Law 24-14. And what this does, this bill, of course, covers a lot of other stuff, but one thing that's really an issue that many of us always talk about is these autonomous agencies that have enjoyed the support of the government turned around and said to them now that you're in a position where you're generating monies, but then at the same time, don't forget is that we treat you, yes, as a government agency, so we're not charging you for taxes and other, rent or lease of the lands that belongs to the government. We've exempted you from all those. But as compared that if these department agencies were supposed to go out to the private sector, they have to pay all these if they were a private company like GTA now. So then in lieu of that, there's this thing called payment in lieu of taxes. And then in that bill, it was that each one of these authorities then were actually assessed an aggregate of $3.5 million in lieu of taxes or any other charges that may normally be assessed to a private company for utility easement, gross receipt taxes, taxes on audited income, government development fees, such as water wells or monetary, fees, all those. But the problem is, I know that they always come back to us and say, you can't do that. You're going to violate the bond covenants. And it's shown that, these individuals still have that commitment and need to pay. And in this case here, because of GPD, which is one of ours, and provides security, they, of all people, should not then be kicked out or charged or whatever it is the case may be, to say that they can't be. Well, you know what? Then pay the $3.5 million and we'll go find GPD another home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sidus Mossy, Speaker Wampat. Are there anyone else wishing to speak on the main motion? Speaker Ben Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Si Zeus Masi, Speaker Wang Pat, Dong Kulo na si Zeus Masi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the perspective and some of the historical information that you've relayed on really the evolution of our government. I mean, at one time, we only had one agency that handled the roads, the telephone, the water, the power, and we were able to function. And then we've kind of over the years, because of the need to separate them out or the desire to do so, we have, continually whittled away at the core central administration executive branch, the line agencies, and spun off, you might want to say, if you were talking corporate, we would have said that these companies were spun off. And so we spun off the telephone authority from Public Works. The same with water, power, and so forth. The port and things like that, the airport. All of these were part of our core executive line agency functions. And whenever we've done this, these agencies, as you say, receive all of the assets of the operations of that function without any remuneration to the core, to the administration, to the line agencies, for the investments that the people of Guam made. And it was because it still belonged to the government of Guam, and we were still able to work together. But over the years, we've seen this desire to be independent. Once they started taking on debt, they found it as a way of further solidifying their position of wanting to be independent. They've gone off on their own pay scale, all the while increasing the cost of that operation and increasing the operation of the government and the cost of the government, not only to the central line agencies, but to the general public as well, as the prices increase and so forth. And we've never gotten credit for paying it back. It was always intended that at some point the executive branch, the line agency, the government, the general fund would be reimbursed. If you take a look at what has happened, is that you'll see the laws that were passed before these departments and agencies, who have now become non-public corporations, government non-public corporations. Before those, there was a law in place that required these agencies to reimburse the the general fund, for all of the assets that they've received for free and gone on to generate income for the operations of that. And and it was meant that when they're not supposed to be making profit, they're supposed to be part of the general government, and when they go off and they charge their rates and fees, and they increase and give pay raises to their employees, therefore increasing the price we have to pay for them, and charge us those increased fees, nothing gets returned to the general fund coffers. And when they took debt, they made sure that nothing will ever come back because of bond covenants. So we've always seen that there's no more, we'll help when we can, and you help when you can. Yet, whenever they need something bigger, they always come back to the general fund and say, we're going to go out for a loan, but they want the guarantee of the government of Guam. The guarantee of our own guarantee is not good enough. Our lenders want the guarantee of the government of Guam. We generously give it to them again. They go on, they raise the rates. I mean, so when does it stop in terms of, going back and practicing exactly what was intended to happen, that when these agencies are able to support their operations, that they're supposed to return a little bit back into the general fund to help the general fund continue to serve the people of Guam without the general fund raising its rates. So nobody ever, we complain about GPA raising rates or GWA, but they do it anyway because for whatever the reason, bond covenants, all that, we have to do it, and so forth. But when the general fund tries to raise document fees at land management to support land management, or driver's license fees at rev tax, it's always like the government of Guam's too bloated. But when GPA decides to raise the rate, nobody ever says GPA's too bloated. Or, we have 5 general managers and a lawyer that's making $300,000, when you add them all up. Those it doesn't occur, but when it's the government of Guam, every time the government of Guam tries to do something, when we try to give our employees a pay raise, the general fund employees, no, overpaid, underworked. And so this continues that it's got to be like, you got to pay a fair market value for our assets, even though those were assets of the people of Guam that they got for free. They never complain about it getting anything for free, but all we're asking is for a fair shake and a recognition of what we've paid, what they've gotten from the general fund, and give us a small discount or something. But it's always got to be, we run ourselves like a business, the government has, and we'll charge you like a business. But when we try to charge them like a business or deal with them like a business, they say, you can't, you're the government, you're not supposed to do that. And so I'm just trying to reconcile all this, Madam Speaker, in terms of what we're trying to do here. The improvements at Customs have been built into the lease that they have paid, so I don't think we should be charged for the improvements there that they take over. Yet the airport, I think, is saying they still want to be able to recoup those investments. Well, Customs was paying that. But the other factor, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to rise and present an amendment. Section 4 is a authorization for supplemental for the Guam Police Department pursuant to for payment to the AB Wampat International Authority. And it mandates that the legislature appropriate the general fund needed to pay any shortfall in rental owed to AB Wampat International Airport for T's and property. Again, Madam Speaker, we've developed the budget, we've budgeted the lease, and I think that rather than putting this in now, I think we'll wait to determine what that cost is going to be. Let the governor negotiate. This way, the general fund and the governor has zero negotiating power. The airport's going to say, don't worry, because the law that was passed says they're going to give us the money to pay. If it's $50,000 increase, then maybe the governor can just use his transfer authority, and we don't need an extra appropriation. So at this time, I think I would just like, because of the uncertainty facing us at this time, to just strike Section 4 and allow the airport, GPD, the governor to negotiate if they should desire to move and occupy the owed. And then when we know what that number is, the governor can come down here, make a decision on how he's going to handle any additional payment required. Is he now going to request that he'll just use his transfer authority? Is he going to request some kind of discount from the airport? Some way allowing him greater flexibility than the airport just telling the governor, you don't have to negotiate a good rate for us because the legislature already said they're gonna just appropriate the balance. So I think that removing this gives the governor greater strength in negotiating for the move to to the others, and it allows the move to occur. It allows them to negotiate and make that determination, and then leave the governor some room to negotiate, and then decide on how best to handle any shortfall. And it could be just a request to the legislature, or he could use his transfer authority. So I'd just like to remove that section 4 of the bill, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of deleting this section in its entirety. I certainly understand what the sponsor's intent is here, but my concern is along the lines of the previous speaker, and that this amount should actually be reflected in the governor's budget submission for the upcoming fiscal year. But more importantly, when you see these kinds of appropriation measures, Madam Speaker, where it's a blanket authorization, and here where it says, shall appropriate from the general fund the needed amount to pay any shortfall, this is similar to saying such sums as are necessary. So for me, this is an automatic appropriation, and when you don't capture this appropriation versus the revenue projection, you're going to start to see an imbalance in the budget and how we budget for the government of Guam. And so I want to ask the sponsor to yield to the idea and the support to delete this section, not to say that it's something that's not necessary, but the manner to do this would just, it's outside the ordinary way in how we budget for the government of Guam. And so I support deleting this section.
Si Zeus Masi, Senator Respicio. Speaker Wampat, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I mean, everybody, of course, laughing as to what I ate, but you know what? I mean, the reason why I was like that is because you instructed Francis to give us 5 minutes, and my rule was 15, and that's why I was rushing. But anyway, I told her to go back to 15. So now I'm going to take my time now, talk slowly. No, I'm just joking. I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of deletion of Section 4. As a matter of fact, I really was. If my colleague from Barrigada had not proffered that amendment, I was ready to put one out, which is exactly what I had alluded to when I spoke earlier about the payment in lieu of taxes. And the reason why, of course, I support this much more now really is so that I agree, is that we are in the middle anyway of a budget year, and we had appropriated almost to the penny to all the different departments and agencies, and we surely can't come up with a supplemental budget, especially when we know that we are going to be already short 20 million just for the Calvo health insurance, and then another shortage with mental health. And I know that, Madam Speaker, you too support this. I want to make sure that I get your support as well to the deletion of this section. And I think what will be best then, because you know I have brought this up time and time again, and it really bothers me. And I would like to actually then probably communicate with the Attorney General's office in terms of exactly Public Law 24-14, in which these autonomous agencies are supposed to, by law, actually, pay this dollar amount, this aggregate sum of $3.5 million in lieu of taxes and any other charges. And and there's even a language in here that stipulates that in no event shall the formula decided upon or the transfer sums from the agencies to the Autonomous Agency Infrastructure Collections Fund violate the terms or conditions of any bond covenant of any of the above agencies, that it is in effect or on the effective date of this act. And that it did say, and Senator from Barrigada also said this, is that autonomous agencies shall not increase rates to recover these contributions, but instead shall apply best management efforts to reduce operating costs and expenditures. And you know how it is, Madam Speaker, and it's important that some things like this, that we really need to go back sometimes and find legislations passed. They were passed for a reason. And then as new legislatures, of course, come in, sometimes we lose that institutional knowledge. And it's really important that we need to go back again and find those. And unfortunately, some of these things actually do crop up, and they're made available to us for us to be able to share, so we can make some decisions in the future and not do anything contrary to what was done in the past. But more importantly, what I just read is actually information now that these autonomous agencies really need to know about, because as said earlier, they can continue to increase their rates and have been doing it, but whenever it comes to the rest of the government and the legislature to somehow just help departments and agencies just to meet the cost of operating, everybody screams, and blames the legislature. But yet no one screams at these autonomous agencies when they turn around and start to increase, all of these fees. So I do support this. I think it'll be much more appropriate at the time as we discuss the budget and we know exactly what we'll be generating and how then we'll be able to support the airport. So, I mean, the police department. And no, I know it's monies to go to the AB Wonpat International Airport Authority, but nevertheless, heck, everything has to be up front and on the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Si Diyos Masi, Madam Speaker, there is an amendment, the Pangilinan Amendment. If there's anyone else wishing to speak on that amendment, if Senator Palacios, por favor, consigi.
Si Diyos Masi kasawa second na you anti the speaker lo tazak ba? No. Yesterday, the executive director, of course, I have no objection to the amendment. The executive director yesterday morning had shared with me that that is really not going to be an issue. And in fact, I look at it and I feel that can be part of the budget process beginning in May, during which time, of course, GPD then would have to request for that. But I would assume that would have to be preceded by some discussion with the airport authority. So, of course, I have no objection, and I think that without that, Bill 45 would still be a very good bill. In fact, the passage of Bill 45 then would put that particular section up front with respect to dealing with if there's going to be an additional funding. But that provision, may be deleted without harming the Bill 45, the intent of Bill 45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. On the motion, Senator Tom Atta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to add to the discussion, first of all, the September 2011 deadline that's in the bill as to when GPD must vacate the current facilities is really being driven by the fact that the airport has available to it up to about, I believe, $3 million that's being made available to it from the FAA to demolish those old buildings. And the two GPD buildings are certainly part of that. That's going to be demolished. And I think the price tag on that was something like about $1.5 million. And then there's like 3 other buildings. For those of you that pass through Tizan, you've seen it cordoned off. Those have already been identified also for demolition. So the airport is racing against time to be able to utilize these funds before they actually lapse. So that is what's driving the September 2011 date to vacate those premises. Now, the building, I believe 1617, where Customs and Quarantine used to be, was recently renovated, and that's the buildings that have been identified for them to move into. Now, in the bill, it shows that they can be in that building up until 2013, September 2013, I believe. And at least it brings, at this point, is 2013 going to be will things be in place? Will a new building for GPD be in place? At least we can shoot for that date, and if not, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But at least it leaves it, it doesn't leave it hanging in the air, and it's something that everybody can shoot for. DPW insofar as putting out the contract, the administration insofar as figuring out where we're going to get the revenues to construct that building, and identifying the property where the new GPD headquarters is going to be built. So if nothing else, September 2013 gives everybody a planning date and a target date to go to. But I think what this does then is what's really driving this is the need to vacate the existing GPD building so that they can make use of the funds made available for demolition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Anyone else like to speak? Senator Respicio?
Madam Speaker, I just also, given that the sponsor would like to make the effective date of this act effective upon enactment, I then move that we also strike section.
Wait, we have to finish first section 4.
Oh, I thought it.
Not yet, because Senator Ada spoke.
He spoke on the main bill.
No, I was the last one that spoke. There was no objections,
there was no
and okay, so ordered. Just want to make sure.
And then
Okay,
regarding section 5, as we all
Section
know,
5?
that if there's no effective date on a bill, the bill becomes effective the midnight following when the governor signs that bill into law. And so I just move that we also delete section 5, given that the sponsor is intending to have this bill effective upon enactment, which accomplishes the same thing. So
On the motion then, without any objection to delete section 5, so ordered. On the main motion then, any others to speak? The author, would you like to close? Senator Palacios, on the motion then to send Bill 45-31 to the third reading file without any objections, so ordered. Resolution referred back, no, 46 is referred back to committee. Resolution 51, I recognize the author, which is Senator Duenas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to make a motion to move Resolution 51-31 down to the third reading for voting, and I'd like to speak on the resolution.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It feels good to be part of the majority. Madam Speaker, just a little bit of humor because this is the first piece of
You are being embraced
legislation
by
that
the legislature.
it is a resolution in this body, and I'm happy today, and particularly in this moment. In all seriousness, Madam Speaker, I want to thank, first of all, several colleagues and all of the colleagues since the public hearing that I've asked to join me in this resolution for happily wanting to do so. Madam Speaker, several weeks ago, obviously there was a great tragedy that took place to the north of us in Japan, and we've all made a lot of effort to include this legislature and yourself, Madam Speaker. I believe soon to come we have our sum of money too that we will be donating to the victims of Japan. And of course, you know, it wasn't enough that the tragedy was an earthquake and then a tsunami, but of course, you know, now the continuing, and it seems like every time it starts to get a little better, it gets a little worse, and I pray every day for our brothers and sisters in Japan. Nonetheless, the nuclear incident seems to continue to be a major problem. And Madam Speaker, shortly after that tragedy, it became very evident that there was going to be a lot of contamination of airborne in nature. And so I worked with a couple of colleagues, and we discussed the fact that there didn't seem to be much notification in terms of, and knowing that there was a rescue effort going on between Andersen Air Force Base with aircraft and many seagoing vessels that were moving up towards Japan to assist, and those that were already there, such as the aircraft carrier Washington and the battle group and the like, and then the Ronald Reagan was transferred up there as well. So it was a concern of myself and some of my colleagues here that perhaps airborne radiation, would settle down on these vessels, and that should they port on Guam, or as they were transporting back and forth from Andersen Air Force Base, that there simply be a monitoring protocol in place to ensure that these vessels, surface vessels, to include air-going as well as sea-going vessels, would be monitoring themselves, and that we would be monitoring and have assurances that those vessels were radiation-free. Madam Speaker, this extended out also to the commercial aircraft. It has been reported for weeks now, particularly during the time of the explosions and the air plumes that were going up, that commercial aircraft were either diverting to other airports or simply taking different flight patterns in order to avoid the contamination, airborne contamination of radiation. So clearly, this was something that was being looked at internationally, and I think it was prudent. In fact, I know it's prudent for us on Guam to take into consideration these issues. And as is expressed in this resolution, Madam Speaker, in particular, the air vessels porting at Anderson Air Force Base, because as we all know, the critical water lens that exists up there, where I believe up to 80% of all of Guam's water that we drink and use every day is derived from the northern aquifer. And obviously, Anderson Air Force Base is not exclusively out of the area and the range of that aquifer. So this became, I believe, very important for us to be monitoring and to be dialoguing about this particular issue. Madam Speaker, I was quite happy during the public hearing that members from Civil Defense came down to express that they had stood up additional protocols as a result of the introduction of this resolution. And I was also quite happy that a couple of my colleagues who attended the public hearing questioned Civil Defense, and actually we made an agreement that there would be also a reporting requirement put in at their protocols to be placed, Madam Speaker, but they would report back to the legislature as to their findings and their continued protocols moving forward, so that the legislature, the governor's office, and all of us are on the same page when it comes to ensuring the safety and security of our people and our guests who will visit Guam for the many, many years to come, and of course in the immediate near future, simply because there's going to be a lot of travel related to even just this particular incident, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was a slight concern that was brought to my attention by some constituents, and I was happy that we were able to resolve it and come to a conclusion that this resolution, Madam Speaker, is not alarmist in any nature. It's another protocol put in place to ensure that everything on Guam is being looked at, that no stone is being unturned, and that actually is another layer of reassurance to our people and to those who will visit Guam to know that we are vigilant, diligent, and just as Guam is notorious for being rabies-free, it's one of the reasons why our pets from Guam can travel pretty much around the world without having to be quarantined for that reason. My intention was to take one more step and ensure that at least as much as we can, and our findings every day, to hopefully be radiation-free throughout this incident and for the time to come, Madam Speaker. So I thank my colleagues, and I also thank the governor's office in my communications with them. They were thankful that this resolution was introduced. We collaborated afterwards to now many of their releases have come out afterwards to follow through on this. So many thanks to all those who participated and helped. And this substantive resolution, Madam Speaker, I am quite proud of the product. And as far as I'm concerned, this is a product of the body. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the ability to speak on this resolution. Let me get to my staff on that real quick. It might be contained in this version.
We can continue the discussion. I'll get back to you to close. So on the motion, are there any other speakers? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Sidus Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to rise in support of the resolution and thank the good author for its introduction. Madam Speaker, the issue of radiation exposure due to calamities, I guess, that are happening in Japan is something that is very important to, I think, this community, and is of grave concern to many, many members of our community. It is even more of a concern with regards to the information and who provides that information because of the history of radiation exposure here on Guam and the history of the United States keeping information secret, refusing to admit to the people of Guam that tests conducted thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away from our shores actually ended up in our waters and in our shores and continue to affect the lives and the health of the people of Guam. Madam Speaker, over the years I've had the pleasure and sadness of working with a dedicated group of people called the Pacific Area Radiation Survivors Group, PARS. This was a group that was formed by individuals who had developed cancer and could not understand why until this body and the citizens of this community devoted time and effort and work and sweat to prove to the United States government and the world that in fact radiation from the atomic tests in the Marshall Islands landed on Guam, and we believe, based upon scientific evidence, that it continues this day to be a large, large contributor to the many, many, many cancers that our people suffer. And this group was spearheaded, continues to be spearheaded by Mr. Robert Celestial. And it was born out of course, the Blue Ribbon Panel that this body established to search for the data and the information. And it really is just heartbreaking that when we see our people dying of cancer, suffering from what we know to be health maladies that are directly linked to radiation exposure, that we couldn't understand why this could be us, why our people were suffering from this. And when we asked our government, the United States government, to say, what happened to us? Why are we suffering? Why are our people dying? We believe it's radiation. And the United States government says, there is no evidence whatsoever, and we deny ever the existence of radiation on Guam that can affect the health of the people of Guam. For years they did this, Madam Speaker. And we said, then something is going on. What is it? And then, Madam Speaker, the federal government, based upon a report by I think it was the National Science Academy, released some and declassified information related to radiation exposures and radiation measurements within the United States. And once again, we asked the federal government, are there anything in those documents that show that radiation indeed landed on Guam through atmospheric transfer due to the atomic tests in the Marshall Islands? And once again they said no, there's no such thing. And then we were able to find a military man who was on Guam, who was in charge of monitoring radiation fallout. And through the work of Mr. Celestial and the late Senator Angel Santos and Dr. Chris Barris and Dr. Youngberg and the Blue Ribbon Panel, Mr. Schreiber came forward and signed an affidavit and said he was on Guam on the dates in which those clouds came over Guam, and he had his Geiger counter measuring radiation, and it just went off the charts. And he just couldn't understand. He said he'd never seen measurement that high. And he ran outside and once again verified the measurements. And he came forward and said, this is what happened. And again, we went back to the government Department of Defense, the military, Department of Energy, and asked them, this is an affidavit from a gentleman who was serving in the military here on Guam, whose job was to measure radiation, and he's signing an affidavit telling us that this is what he saw and this is what he measured as happening on Guam. Is this true? Can we, in fact, have that here? And once again, they said no. And Madam Speaker, through the diligence of Mr. Robert Celestial, when the documents were declassified, he decided he's going to go and look for documents. And lo and behold, I think it was in a warehouse in Arizona or New Mexico with the thousands and thousands of documents that were declassified, we found reports by the U.S. military that said the ships that were within the blast zone in the Marshall Islands were brought to Guam, decontaminated within our waters with oath by COCUS, Apra Harbor, and that the existence of Strom, and I'll probably get this wrong, but the existence of health hazardous radioactive isotopes were measured on Guam to a degree that it would be reasonable to conclude, based upon that scientific evidence, that the people of Guam were exposed to harmful radiation as a result of the atomic blast. 60 years later is when we found the evidence. And all those years, all these past years, they said, you are safe, you've had no exposure. And that's why at the hearing, I asked our Homeland Security Director, I guess is the title, are we verifying any information? Are we checking the Department of Defense information with regards to the measurement of these radiation exposure under these conditions that we have today with the nuclear disaster in Japan? It's amazing, Madam Speaker, that within almost 5 days of the beginning of the nuclear disaster in Japan and the overheating of those reactor pools and the fuel pools, that within days we saw measurable levels of radiation in milk and in spinach right down the street from that. And within another week, the contamination was measured now in the water, in the air, in now broccoli and other food within a greater distance. So it is very critical that for us here who have this history where our own government has denied the existence of harmful radiation on Guam because of, what is it, state secrets or whatever, that harmed our people, that could not give us the opportunity to seek the health care that we need to seek, or change our practices and our health practices to help us battle those diseases, that instead of helping us and telling us and being forthright, they hid it from us, and we continue to suffer from cancer that come about, they won't even have the decency to say, this happened to you, we're going to provide you testing, like the Japanese government is doing. The Japanese government are testing their people that are being exposed in that area to make sure that the level of exposure they have is not harmful. And if it is, then they get treatment right away so that they know what they need to do to maximize their chances of battling any ill effects of radiation exposure. Our government did not do that with us here, Madam Speaker. And it's a shame that our government continues to refuse to do that, continues to deny us those people that have had health diseases linked to radiation exposure, continue to deny us participation in programs that are available to other citizens of this country of ours that have been exposed or may be exposed to radiation for nuclear testing within the continental United States. They provide both direct participant testing and health programs. They provide downwinder exposure from the travel of the cloudbursts based upon those tests in Nevada and Idaho and Utah, but they will not do that for us here on Guam, Madam Speaker, and it is a crying shame. And it much more, it is a deadly shame because our people are dying and we can't afford to get the health care for them. They can't afford the health care. But we know that when they leave us, it is through some type of cancer that it can be traced as what would develop if one was exposed to radiation. And so this resolution, at least, and the fact that we're now getting our own people, I understand that the National Guard's Civilian Support System Unit also is monitoring the radiation and is verifying the information, and we're cross-checking the information from the US EPA readings. All now we're asking is that the Department of Defense, when these planes come in, they land at Anderson, and we never know the level of exposure they bring in. We never know if they're getting washed down there and have that radiation reach our waterlands. We never know. Because in the past, they told us nothing like that ever happened, yet evidence that we find 60 years later says that's exactly what happened. So it's very hard for me to trust that they're going to do the right thing, because the record and their practice has been that they didn't do the right thing. They won't do the right thing to this day by offering our people who are suffering from these diseases opportunity to get health care through programs made available to every other American citizen that have been covered under the radiation testing exposure compensation program. So I commend the author. I like what we're doing in this. I like the fact that we're having our own National Guard unit verify and cross-check the information. I hope and pray that the conscience of our military does not permit them to hide any detrimental information with regards to the exposures of these ships and planes that are in that area where radiation is affected, is present, as they help Japan recover, that in their attempts to help Japan recover, that they don't bring that radiation to Guam and not tell us about it. So I certainly stand in full support of this, commend the efforts of PARS in informing this community, informing the people, working with the people to try and continue the fight to bring some kind of justice to our people who suffer from cancers that are linked to radiation exposure, and trying to get us included in the same programs that are made available to the other citizens of this country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Sidus Masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Panglin. That was very good information. Senator Munya-Barnes, you're recognized, and then Senator Guthers.
Sito Smasi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak briefly on this, and I'd like to thank the author, Senator Chris Duenas, for believing that this resolution was necessary to providing measures to address the possibility of radiation exposure resulting from Japan's nuclear reactor incidents. And you know, Madam Speaker, as you heard the previous speaker, Speaker Ben, speak passionately about this thing, I too share his sentiments wholeheartedly. And as you and I know that as we continue to pay our respects to our loved ones who've passed on even as recent as the last several months. You look at the ages of our folks dying in the community, and those ages are not in their senior years. When we look at the ages, we're looking at 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, and you wonder why. And as you hear the information of the previous speaker from Barrigada, you get a feeling like we hope that history doesn't repeat itself. And you know, Madam Speaker, for many years, the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, Robert Celestial, Dr. Chris Paris, and that whole group there who've tried to ask Uncle Sam, hey, what about us here? We have given wholeheartedly to you, and we know there are major concerns. We know we are part of this downwinder effect from the Marshall Islands, and yet nothing is being done. And this resolution today sets the example that, you know, now we have to do our own work. We have to be able that we ensure that our people and our environment are protected from these harmful effects of the radiation fallout. We must protect our environment from the radiation contaminants caused by the possible wash-off of the materials that are transported here via air carriers. We must make sure that our soils and that our whole community is protected. And if you want something done right, sometimes you have to do it by yourself, Madam Speaker. And you know, Madam Speaker, as I continue to listen to our community in reference to trying to get on the bandwagon with the PARS group, I just want to bring to the attention of the 119 contaminated sites here in Guam that we have records of, that still nothing is being done. You know, we, as an August body, sent not one resolution, but a couple of resolutions to Uncle Sam saying, you know what? These past historical injustices that you have done to us, still a lot have not been addressed. And all we ask is to step up to the plate and saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, maybe something was done. Why do we have to wait so many years later to find out that you knew and didn't tell our own people? We're not asking for much. We're just asking that we at least be provided the medical assistance that should have been afforded to us. When you find out that others who are living in the United States, because they're stationed here on Guam, they were stationed here on Guam, even during the Vietnam era, get 100% medical disability because they were stationed here on Guam and they may be affected by the Agent Orange contaminant, but yet our own people still do not get that kind of assistance. We're still not on the bandwagon. Madam Speaker, I promise I'd be short, but I just want to share with you that I believe in my heart that this August body is not sleeping at all, and we will continue to bond and band together. It is not about being party affiliated. It's about being from the island of Guam, and to know that we will stand and start protecting our own people today. And we will make sure that if there is any effect that comes our way, then we will be able to be ready to address that. And if aid has to be given and afforded this way, that we are going to ask for it. We're not going to beg for it. It's due to us. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this resolution, and know that I hope to be included as part of the membership on supporting and being included on my name to be a part of this resolution. Sizus Masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes, Munya Barnes. On the motion, I recognize Senator Gutherts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I stand to rise and support the resolution. I think it's well written. It's very meaningful. In connection with the resolution, I want to share a letter that I wrote to Brigadier General John Doucette. United States Air Force, Commander 3rd, the 6th Wing, up at Andersen Air Force Base. And this letter was written on March 18th. And this is what I said. Dear General Doucette, the national news media recently showed our delegate, Madame Berdallo, at a hearing of the House Armed Services Committee in which she announced that there have been 25 missions over the devastated area in Japan by the Global Hawks. I would suggest that you issue public announcements on what Andersen is contributing to the recovery efforts in Japan here in Guam, so we don't have to rely upon catching national news media reports about these activities. My immediate question concerns the steps being taken to ensure that the Global Hawk drones do not have radioactivity on them when they return from their missions, or if they do, that they are being properly decontaminated without risk to our aquifer. Perhaps their mission priorities are too high to pick up radiation, but we must be sure that the Global Hawks and any other aircraft, or naval vessels for that matter, do not bring back anything harmful to our people on Guam, including our military residents and their families. I would appreciate receiving your response and your assurances of the safety of your assets that are returning from the devastated areas of Japan, as well as their impact or any possible impact on our environment. I have also heard from high-ranking Navy officials during my recent visit to the Pentagon that you are seriously looking into locating marine housing on Andersen Air Force Base. I appreciate you going in that direction to assist in fitting our Marines within the current military footprints. Sincerely, Judith Gutherts. Now, Madam Speaker, this letter was written a few days after the devastating earthquake and tsunami and the beginnings of the radiation issues with respect to the nuclear plants in Japan. And this afternoon I received a phone call from General Doucette, first acknowledging the letter. He was off island over the last few days, but acknowledging the letter and reassuring me that the Navy has, and the Navy and Air Force both have protocols in place that deal with decontamination issues with reference to their vessels and their aircraft. And you may recall that Andersen did release a statement eventually to the media which sort of outlined some of their mitigation activities with reference to this. My message to the General when speaking with him is that the community needs reassurance. Because of some of the past problems that were eloquently summarized by Senator Barnes just a few minutes ago, as well as some of the concerns expressed by Senator Duenas. But I just wanted to point out, as part of this discussion, that the military is aware of our concerns, and I'm sure that this resolution will help reinforce these concerns, and that they are also aware of the need to try to perhaps reassure our community, and frankly those around us, other islands near us, that we will not fall victim to anything that could hurt our community based on this unfortunate nuclear situation in Japan. I just wanted to share this with you, and I think it's a good sign that we've got the attention of our military friends with reference to this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sitos Masi, Senator Gutherts. Next to speak on the resolution, and I'll acknowledge Speaker Wonpat. Put for vote, Consigi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution. I'd like to commend, of course, Senator Duenas for this resolution. Truly, thank you very much for it. I know there's so much that was happening, and not just in Japan, throughout the world, and we've all been absorbed by what's going on. And honestly, I didn't even think about this, and I appreciate, of course, the Senator for doing just that. I really, really have to say, I really, really like this resolution. And the thing is, of course, it doesn't really give justice. I know many times we say this with some resolutions that we just want to kind of summarize it and then, make the presentation. But there's just some that I just think we really need to read or cite some of the whereas that we have here and the resolve clause. And, and as I was reading this, I was underscoring it, I was making circles, I was putting asterisks and all that. Just, I honestly, I love it. And there's some parts of it that I really like to read. And the one in particular where we say that we must protect our environment from radiation contamination caused by the wash-off of radioactive materials transported via commercial airline flights from Japan and passes through downwind routes of commercial airline flights entering Guam by heightening measures of inspection at the Guam's A.B. Wampat International Airport to contain incidences of further contamination on the runways and the surrounding soil environments, because runoff from the runways pose a high risk for contamination to Guam's aquifers, northern aquifers. The other is, and this is the most northern part of the island, is the military aircraft entering Guam from Japan and traveling through downwind areas of nuclear contamination land at Andersen Air Force Base, which is situated on top of Guam's northern aquifer, the island's main source of drinking water. And then as a result of that, when they come on island, they are washed, and the seepage, of course, would enter into where Guam's northern aquifers. And this is really very scary. Very scary for our people. We've been through this in the past. We continue to fight this issue to this very day. The senator from Barrigada eloquently provided a lot of historical information in which the Blue Ribbon Panel Committee had put a report, an action report on radioactive contamination in Guam between the years of 1946 to 1958. And you just have to have to stop and think right now, everyone, just think of those dates, really, 1946 to 1958. And I know many of you in here are really young, you weren't even thought of yet. But there are some of us who were actually born within that time frame, and the exposure, of course, has been was there, not just to ourselves, but for every single person in here, your parents, because I'm sure your parents were born within that time frame. And one of the findings in this report that I'd like to say is that the report also shows here, has shown, that in the 40s and 50s, the people of Guam's water system was a water catch system. This device catches the water as it falls from the form of a rain and did render the population totally exposed to the radioactive particles in their drinking water. This report has proven that the radioactive contamination could explain the abnormally high rates of cancer that we see on the island today. For such a small island, we have one of the highest incidence of cancer and even the rarest cancer in the world. And I was watching on TV last night on the news in the mainland, of course, that there was this county that were bringing to bear the information that there are contaminants in their solid waste system, and they're thinking it's primarily due to contaminations. And, you know, everyone else has been ignoring them. The people have been compensated. But take us. There's really nowhere to go. We're all here. We all got caught at that time when it happened. So everyone between then, the 40s and the 50s, have all been contaminated, and probably only in time will, one by one, would our people then be stricken with cancer. This, Madam Speaker, is really very important, and that's why I say I really, really love this resolution. Because at the time when we talk also about this military buildup, and I had the fortune of traveling to Okinawa, they took us to a school that was right next to the air base, Futema Air Base. And they said that every time these planes fly out for whatever missions and they come back, they start to wash them off. And in the wash off for these planes, and they have these high walls, you know, instead of these cyclone fence, in Futema they have these concrete walls. The water spray went to this elementary school, and every metal in that school has eroded. The children can no longer go out to the playground because of that contamination, the spray that takes place, the washing of these planes every time they come back from a mission. An elementary school. What's worse even now when you talk about the northern aquifers, where now they're proposing for this buildup that they want to build, I don't know what the number is, 20 more water wells. And these planes will be flying out all the time on other missions, coming back, washing them. They enter right into and seep right into our northern aquifers. And we're drinking the water. GWA has this really big campaign that we have good, clean water. It's not contaminated. What are we going to do now? Bring in bottled waters? I mean, you know, Madam Speaker, I like, you know, some of our colleagues here, truly don't trust what the military is saying. Because if they can hide the information, hide their mission, under the fact that it is a secret mission, maybe this conspiracy theory that I've always heard being discussed by our people is that, you know, you disseminate, of course, you know, the Chamorro people, then you won't have any more problems with the Chamorros anymore. And whatever their social issues, I'm sorry, what's the word? Decimate, sorry, thank you very much. That, you know, we don't have to worry about them anymore because they're not going to become a problem for them anymore. So yes, I too do not trust. And I'm hoping, and although this is a resolution, it is, you know, a recommendation in which we want to be able to bring it to the attention of not just the Department of Defense, our Congresswoman, Department of Interior, Department of the Navy. I'm just hoping that somebody out there is listening, somebody, you know, feels that truly, the Undersecretary said that they want to be good neighbors. Well, you don't want to mistreat your neighbors. You don't want to poison your neighbors unless you just don't want your neighbor there anymore. So I really hope that that's not going to happen with all this contamination here on our island. And with that said, Madam Speaker, on the resolve clause, oh wait, maybe before that, and because I just heard this also on page 1 for the first whereas, is that I know we've indicated 8.9, but I understand that it has been increased to 9.0, so maybe we would just make that amendment.
On that motion, without objection, that motion carries.
The second amendment I'd like to offer on page 2, which is on line 22, because if you read the sentence there that these vessels, military aircraft and vessels traveling through downwind areas of nuclear contamination be required upon returning to Guam, what I really prefer that we do here, rather that don't just wait for them to come to Guam and then have this full inspection. We need to do this even before they come back to Guam. So right after the word required is to add the words to decontaminate away from and prior to return, comma, and.
So that's on
On
line 22?
line 22, after the word required, to add the words to decontaminate away from and prior to return, comma, and then continue, and upon returning to Guam.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections?
And
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the only last thing, of course, and I know sometimes it's like, I guess it's almost like a campaign, and so be it if that is the case. But I'd just like to say I really appreciate our colleagues when, institutional information is given to us in the past, what has happened, because, we do have 6 new members, and I think, and I was sitting up there where you are right now. I watch them and I hear them intently listening and absorbing in the information. And this kind of information really is great. Even I like the refresher, course. So this whole mix that we have, the institutional knowledge members and then the young, creative, gung-ho, members, I think is a great combination. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Si Diyos mahasi, Madam Speaker. I do have the list according to the most senior. With that being said, are there anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak on the main resolution? If not, I'm going to ask Senator Duenas, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all the members of this body for their kind words and their kind appreciation of the hard work of the colleagues who worked with me on this, and also to my staff who, did a lot of the research with regard to this. So I thank my staff, and I would like to make 2 amendments, Madam Speaker. First, to amend, as I've spoken to all members of this body, to please include all members of this body on this resolution, even Senator Cruz, who's off island, because I know he would want to be. Please join all members.
Motion, no objections, so ordered. Okay.
And also, Madam Speaker, as the testimony from Civil Defense, was discussed, I would like to, I sent this amendment around to memorialize that discussion. And the amendment would be under the resolved. A new resolved clause is added to read, resolved that the Legislature on Guam, on behalf of the people of Guam, does hereby request that it be provided by the Office of Civil Defense a final report detailing, to the extent permissible, the findings and recommendations resulting from the hot wash discussion, which will take place at the conclusion of the incident, and that this final report be utilized as the basis for establishing new and improved protocols when faced with dealing with the potential impacts of nuclear radiation exposure.
On the amendment, and no objection, so ordered.
And thank you once again, Madam Speaker, and once again, thank you to all my good colleagues, and especially the senator from Manila, as she was the acting Rules Committee Chair, Madam Speaker. I immediately called to try to get this accomplished for this session so that we can vote on this substantive resolution, and she was very accommodating, and as well as your office, Madam Speaker, everybody set up our public hearing immediately for this to make sure we got it on this session. So thank you to this 31st Guam Legislature and all the minority ranking members.
Okay, you're very welcome, Senator. So on the motion then to send Resolution 51-31 CR to the third reading file without any objections, and so ordered. Next on the agenda is Bill number 53-31, and I recognize the author, Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 53, as amended by the Committee on Public Safety, Law Enforcement and Judiciary, be placed on the third reading file for purpose of discussion. And if I may give an overview.
Yes, Senator, you please proceed.
Madam Speaker, in my research, of course, beginning with what actually preceded the drafting of this bill. The bill, by the way, was heard on March 14. The Organic Act of Guam, Madam Speaker, of course, gives the governor the power to pardon a person for a crime committed. and then the executive order 97-03, which was established the Pardon Review Board that will review and make recommendation to the governor about action to take on an application or a petition for pardon. The board, Madam Speaker, comprises of all members of the parole board, the Attorney General, the Director of Correction, a member of the clergy appointed by the governor, and a member of the public appointed by the governor. The board does a thorough process and has to be convinced by the petitioner that that individual has earned a pardon. Public Law 16-68, passed in March 1983, Madam Speaker, provides for the expungement of crime records under any of only three conditions, and that is acquittal of a crime charge, or the expiration of the statute of limitation, or no prosecution taken by the prosecuting department, the Attorney General's office. The chairperson of the parole board, Madam Speaker, serves as the chairperson of the Pardon Review Board. Last December, 2 of 10 that were pardoned by the governor contacted my office, and one of them asked, he had asked for actually police clearance and a court clearance, and he was surprised to see that the crime that was pardoned still was reflected. And he assumed that once a crime is pardoned, that crime is erased from records. And of course, through my research, we found out that the act of pardon does not authorize actually the expungement of record. And so that's where the need, the awareness began. There was no provision in law that authorized for the expungement of a crime that's pardoned. So Bill 53, Madam Speaker, would authorize for the expungement of a crime record, in this case misdemeanor crimes, following a valid pardon by the governor. And I'd like to repeat at this point that a person is granted a pardon preceding a thorough evaluation and consideration by the Pardon Review Board, which, by the way, during the public hearing is what disclosed, that it includes, of course, input from the victim side, because that's one of the reservations during the public hearing of the concerns and the comments from the victim side with respect to pardoning an individual for a crime. And by the way, this crime, Madam Speaker, as I concern only crime that's been served completely without conditions and a complete release from any more. It's not the kind of pardon where pardon before prosecution or commutation before the completion of the serving of the sentence, but rather a pardon that's actually completely served with no conditions attached anymore. Bill 53, during the process, we met 3 times with individuals that in the markup, of course, comprising of a certified social worker from DYA, the acting chairperson, Michelle Titano, of the parole board, who happened to be chairperson, of course, the Pardon Review Board, and of course, some senators for the members, of course, Dr. Yamasita. Senator Yamasita submitted a written testimony, which is part of the committee report. During this process, there were no opposition stated. The Attorney General's office, of course, testified in support of this. And I like my colleagues to consider supporting this bill. The pardon process itself, Madam Speaker, I would say, is an effective mechanism that really process the application and make sure that all considerations are taken care of and looked at, both from the petitioner himself and from the victim. One of the primary reasons why a lot of times people ask for a pardon is believing that once a crime is pardoned, that they would enhance their chances for employment. My understanding, of course, is that if there's a crime that bar one from running for office, once that crime is pardoned, the person can then run for office, notwithstanding that it might still appear on the police record. But for law enforcement purpose, for employment purpose, Madam Speaker, just the indication of some kind of record, especially to those who are not very keen in our systems of law and justice. For example, managers from other countries that are here, who are the employers, would immediately just get, quote unquote, turned off by any applicant with a notation on a crime record. This, if records are erased following a pardon, definitely, Madam Speaker, it would enhance greatly the employment of that individual. And employment, Madam Speaker, is actually part of the livelihood of an individual. And a lot of time with the gainful employment, it sets that individual in the right direction to become a contributing member of the community. So Bill 53, Madam Speaker, it speaks for that. Is once a person went through the process of the pardon and received a pardon from the Pardon Review Board, rather recommendation from the Pardon Review Board and the governor grant the pardon, then it manifests, of course, the faith and confidence of both the Pardon Review Board and the governor that this individual deserves a second chance in life. And with that, I ask my colleague to support the bill and then maybe see how we can make it better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. On the amendment, Senator Yamashita, you're recognized. The motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me first to state that, truthfully, the significance of learning that goes on in here, I truly do appreciate all the oral history that goes on. And it's just, somebody texted me earlier today and said, you're listening too hard. And it's just, when you all stand and talk, it's just like, it's really intriguing and interesting. And I hope somebody's writing a book or a continuous journal, because it's history in the making, and it's certainly the development of Guam and our future as we look at our past. Madam Speaker, I stand in support of Bill number 53-31. Senator Palash, as the chair has said, there were several roundtables and a public hearing, and I was able to attend all of them. I listened intently to all of the issues that were raised, and I was very interested in this because there are many families there are many family members who have, at one point or another, made wrong decisions. They made the wrong choice, they made a poor choice, and as a result, they were arrested, indicted, convicted, prosecuted, and then they served. They served their sentence. And then, after they served their sentence, they were released. And I've met many of these family members in classrooms, in the schools. And I remember clearly I was at DL Paris one morning, and as I walked in a room, there was this little boy in a resource room, and he was actually pounding his keyboard. And what struck me was the intensity of that, but what struck me even more was the adults standing around and just watching. And so after a few seconds, I looked at the adults and I said, what are we doing here? And they took me out in the hallway and they explained that the parent had just been released from prison and the family was having a very difficult time springing back or adjusting or knowing how to. And so then I started lots of conversations about what happens when our families do come back from jail. How do we help our children adjust? And how do we help our family members get back into the swing of life? Employment, parents getting back together, grandparents accepting the children who have done wrong, brothers and sisters figuring out how to say, my dad's back from jail or my mom went into jail. Understanding these folks had already been arrested, indicted, convicted, prosecuted, and they'd already served. They had already done their time. And they've thought a lot about what they did that was wrong. And all they want to do now is pick up the pieces for their family and do right. And so as Senator Palash's processes were kicking in, I listened to a lot of the social workers and the pro board members. I listened to a lot of victims. Some of these folks who had been pardoned had come into the office and we sat and we talked. And I just really believe that indeed, after a person has made a bad decision and has already been arrested, indicted, convicted, prosecuted, and served, and has made it out, or the governor, through his authority, has decided to pardon after that person has gone through all of those activities or events, to me it makes sense that we do what we can to help that particular person become an actual contributing member of society. And that's why I support Bill 5331. What are we going to do to ensure that they are helped to get a job, to help pay the bills, to help become cohesive as a family? And with that, Madam Speaker, I offer an amendment. It was passed out a couple of bills ago. And this amendment, I know, is controversial, but I am going to offer it for consideration. And the amendment is to subsection 11-101 under expungement when, for line number 19, except for the pardon of a felony offense. My amendment is except for the pardon of murder. Instead of a felony offense, it would be except for the pardon of murder. And I offer that because as we went through all our processes and we were talking, I said, well, a felony offense means if somebody was busted for drugs or for fraud, I'm sure there's a long line of felony offenses. But if somebody was busted for drugs under this bill then, and he or she served their time and went through all these processes, that means then their records would not be expunged. And all the meetings that I was at, they said that's correct. That's exactly what that means. And so I'd spoken with the author of this bill, and he and I have talked intently and continuously. And I asked if I could go ahead and bring this to the floor for consideration. The people who are found guilty of a felony offense and then who have served their time and paid their penance and who are now ready to come back into society, outside of those who have committed murder and outside of those who are guilty of sexual crimes, I think they merit the opportunity. They've already paid their time, and certainly through their penance, they have had to realize that they were wrong, they made a bad mistake, and that as they are allowed back out into our community, they know that they're going to have to do better. So my amendment is, instead of a felony offense, it's murder. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so your first amendment then is on line 19 is to delete a felony offense and to replace that with murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's the first one, and then the second one is on line 22.
Yes.
The same. Okay, line 22, a felony offense, and also put murder. On the amendment, any discussion? No objections? Senator, I'm sorry. Is your hand to speak on the amendment? No. Oh, you're objecting. Okay, so there is an objection to the amendment. So therefore, all in favor of the amendment to remove a felony offense and replace with murder, please raise your hand. Senator, do you want to vote for your amendment? Raise your hand to vote for your amendment. Okay. The motion failed. Okay, so it's still back. So on the amendment, I mean the motion, the main motion. No speakers. Senator Palacios, can you cover for me?
Speaker Wampa, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I was in the public hearing when the bill was first brought for a public hearing, and I know that there were many concerns, and even from the Attorney General's office, and even from the director of the Department of Corrections, and some other individuals, and I want to applaud you, for actually listening to the concerns and amending the bill, taking into consideration some of the concerns. And as I was reading the bill, I too then do support the amendments that you've included, because I was concerned definitely of individuals, especially sex offenders, because we had just passed legislation that these individuals' names will continue to be in the register forever, and to now delete it just because of this one other piece of legislation, I think defeats the whole purpose of why we had passed that legislation. I wasn't able, I know, oh, this is a really bad thing, because now the question I had wanted to ask would have to be to you, but maybe I'll ask Senator Frank Blas if he's not even here. Okay. Senator Frank Blas is not even here. Okay, Holofen, somebody replace, Tom Holofen, then replace the Bifaisin si Palacios, gusto niya. Did mine? Ang rafter ta. Malafo na po Bifaisin now. Bisinya.
Okay, sige.
So just want to say, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the sponsor of the bill, and especially on the same area, as a matter of fact, in which our colleague from Tumuning had wanted to put in, an amendment. But my question is here, in that because I don't know much about in terms of what these crimes are and what the degree, and so when you say felony offense, what category examples maybe of some of those would be considered, and is murder a part of that as well, falls under it?
Madam Speaker, my understanding is that there are actually 3 levels of felony: the first degree, second degree, and the third degree felony. But at the minimum, a felony crime, the minimum service of time is not less than 12 months service, incarcerated, whether they're suspended or not, and not less than $1,000 fine. And so any crime for which a confinement is under 12 months normally would be a misdemeanor. When we talk about a felony, normally the individual will serve time.
So then, so in this case now, we're saying that, and this is the other question, is that only felony offenses and those also that are in the sex register or sex offender, that everything else, when they're pardoned, we can expunge the record, even a murderer.
Well, without the Yamashita Amendment, every misdemeanor offense except misdemeanor offense that are registered under the sex offender registry, because there are offenses that are misdemeanor but still are registered in the sex offender registry. And the sex offender registry, Madam Speaker, has its own expungement provision. I think it's a three-tier: 15 years, 25 years, and then I think 50 years of automatic expungement if there's no repetition of the crime.
So now then, there's this other term that we always hear, is a crime that we consider heinous, and I'm wondering, can you maybe describe to me like what some of those crimes are?
Usually, Madam Speaker, it would be a violent crime. Usually it's related to sex offenses, which already in itself is a murder, or aggravated murder, which in itself is actually labeled heinous crime. I don't think robbery, if it does not involve an injury, and just robbery per se, I don't think that it amounts to a heinous crime. Maybe for some people, they do. But my understanding is that heinous crime pertains actually to a personal injury or a personal, a person, a crime upon a person.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, you know, the reason why I wanted to ask these questions because, you know, I can understand for crimes that are not like that was described, not less, the incarceration is not less than 12 months, and then not less than $1,000. That means it must be serious enough, you know, for these individuals then to be in there beyond that time. And then whether that, for that particular offense, should it then be considered, qualified for expungement. And there are just certain crimes, I'm sure that we as a community feel very strongly about that. And no matter what the situation is, that you just can't somehow, maybe yes, in paper, remove it, try to erase it. But the action, of course, is there always, and then you always have to think of the families who've been violated or harmed, you know, and they too will never forget. And I'm sure that those individuals would not want to have their records expunged. And I can definitely accept the sex offender. What the other question that I had asked in particular, especially heinous types of crimes, and I don't know whether that can be added on, because I wanted to say for except that too, that kind of crime or offense, that there should not be an expungement. I surely don't like, and that's my own personal opinion, that those records not be expunged. So I don't know, maybe we're in line 18, well, except for the pardon of, and I don't know whether this is a term that's really used. Maybe the author can also answer that question, whether we can use that word, heinous crimes or offenses.
Senator Palacios,
yeah, or violent crimes.
there's a question. Would you like to yield from the speaker?
Because what I wanted to do then here is like a pardon of a felony offense, but that will still be there, but also a pardon of, violent crimes or heinous crimes or offenses. Is that such a term that if an amendment is put in here, that it would be understood and acceptable to the the communities, at the courts, the attorneys, DOC?
Well, maybe what we can look at is maybe the lower level of felony crime. There are 3 levels. Third-degree felony is, in my opinion, is the lowest. And then you go up, second-degree felony. But the first-degree felony is the most serious one. So maybe a third-degree felony, probably limited to that. So what is categorized third-degree felony? It depends on the law, because the law will have that.
Madam Speaker, can I ask for just a moment of research?
We're going to go ahead and have a brief recess so that they
much.
can both talk. Session. Speaker Wampet, you're still recognized. I think
Thank-
you have an amendment.
Yes, I do, and I want to thank, of course, the sponsor of the bill, for answering some of my questions, which I'm not knowledgeable of, some of these offenses, and I'm hoping that of course we're trying to think about what it is that we really would like to do, because I still have that concern, and maybe where someone else might is considering providing the amendment, which I definitely will support. But the other amendment that I like to offer is on page 2 on line 16, where it says that this title has passed, comma, or, and this is where I want to add these words, on approval of the Pardon Review Board when a pardon is granted pursuant to. The reason for this, Madam Speaker, is that there are actually two types of pardons. Normally, the normal process would be where an appeal will be made to the Pardon Review Board, and then they would go, through the records of the individuals, talk to, several individuals, and then with this review board now, where we have a clergy, we have a social worker, that they'll be able to really look at individuals that they want to recommend to be pardoned. The other form of pardon now is actually bypassing the Pardon Review Board in the Organic Act, which the governor again can go right ahead and pardon on his own, whether there is a recommendation or not. So what I'm saying is that because the process through the Pardon Review Board, that they have vetted, of course, the requests and all of the information and background training, record and all that, those are the type of pardons that I feel should be fall under this category of of the records being expunged. There have been cases, Madam Speaker, where there's been a crime that was committed, and just hours before the individual is going to be convicted, the governor stepped in and pardoned the individual. And I'm just saying that, granted, we can't take that away. That's part of his power is granted by the Organic Act. But this is a power that we're going to give now through this legislative body to say who and what type of crimes or offenses can be that are going to be not pardoned, but their records can be expunged. And I would like it to be those that have been approved by the Pardon Review Board. So that's my amendment. Okay, on line 16, it will read this way. This title has passed, comma, or on approval of the Pardon Review Board when a pardon is granted pursuant to Section 1442 of the Organic Act of Guam.
On that amendment, are there anyone wishing to speak on the amendment? If not, are there any objections? No objections. Motion carries. Speaker Wampat, you still have the floor?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Thank you.
Okay, Speaker Wampat is done. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, Senator Palacios, would you like to close on your bill, or would you like to move it? Oh, we're going to go ahead and take a brief recess just so that the amendment can be worked out.
Session. I recognize Senator Mana Tyhuran then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At first, I'd like to apologize to my colleague. I missed the vote on her previous amendment, but I am in support of the thought there, because there are many felony offenses in which the perpetrator has learned their lesson, and to have gone through that rigorous process of going through the Pardon Review Board, it's pretty much a show in itself that they have learned their lesson, because it's a tough board and they don't leave any stone unturned. So having gone through that process, it just shows that they have done their part in redeeming themselves. But I do have share the same concern with regard to violent crimes and sexual offenses. And so what I proffer is that we alter the verbiage here on this bill on line 19 and also on line 22, and have it read a felony offense involving violence. And I think that would cover those concerns as well. Both line 19 and line 22, again, it would read a felony offense involving violence.
On the amendment on line 19 and 22, it would read a felony offense involving violence. On the amendment, any discussion? No objection? So ordered. On the main motion, is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Then I will recognize the sponsor then to close. Abadu? Oh, you have an... Oh. Yes, but you can do your amendment when you close. Okay. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment that's passed out, and I make sure it's right here to the top right corner is marked A, because that's the amendment. It's actually more or less housekeeping, beginning on line 18, where it says, except for pardon of a felony offense. Just the advice of counsel that this will clarify, except for the pardon of a felony crime, period, and then its expungement shall not occur for an offense which require a person to register as a sex offender as defined in Title 9 Guam Code Annotated, Section 89.03, until the offender's name is removed from the registry, which the registry has its own provisions for expungement. And so what is already in the registry is really not affected by what we're proposing here. Why this is important? Because if we were to retain the current language, then that means that if those offenses are not pardoned, it will remain in the registry, and we don't want that to be in conflict. And that's always been the intention, to leave the registry alone. And this would be a separate statute that we're trying to do, that all other crimes that has no provision for expungement would be handled by Bill 53, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. But I think in your amendment we need to write where you says a felony offense and the words involving a violence, period.
So just replace from line 18 where it says except for a pardon of a felony, just replace that from line 18, 19, and 20 by this amendment. This would be the...
on line 18 where it says except for the pardon of
Yes.
a felony
Replace that.
offense, no, involving violence, because that was just the amendment that had just passed, period. And then
Okay.
where it says, or, so it's beginning really from or to instead replace it with expungement, then
That's
shall
okay, that's
not
true.
occur
That's true. Yeah.
for an offense. Okay, clerks, were you able to follow along with that?
Yes.
Okay, so on the Palacios amendment, no discussion, no objection, so ordered. So, Senator, you want to say anything else to close?
I thank my colleagues, of course, for participating in making it better, and now I guess it has improved. I just hope that we pass this bill. Several of our members of the community are waiting for this, and perhaps in some way it will benefit them in their livelihood with their family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator. So on the motion to place Bill 53-31 to third reading file without any objections, so ordered. We are on substitute bill number 54-31, and the author is Senator Duenas. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could get used to this. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I now move that we move Bill number 5431, COR, down to the third reading file for voting, and I would like to speak on the bill.
Please, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, we all know that in this last election, general election, there was a lot of controversy that surrounded the primary election. One of the issues, of course, was the ballot for the governor and lieutenant governor and the legislature being on one side of the ballot, and then the office of Congress being on the opposite side of the ballot. And we all know that there's a lot of folks who, of course, love to participate on our island in every race. In terms of voting, even though it would constitute a crossover vote if you voted in that particular election on the Republican side of the ballot and then turned the ballot over and voted for the only individual running for the congressional seat at that time, our good Congresswoman, and that voted upwards. The Guam Election Commission estimated that that was probably responsible for 80% of the over 4,000 spoiled ballots. Madam Speaker, I believe it is very important that every ballot cast should be counted where possible. And with that number of spoiled ballots, I thought that we should do something, make an attempt at least. I know that members of this body in the past have passed legislation to require electronic voting that may come back. But I know that there are concerns in our community without the opportunity for that process to be audited. It makes it quite difficult for some individuals, and even myself. I would have reservations, Madam Speaker, just because with technologies these days, tampering would be something that could be suspected, and it could not be cross-checked. So, as we now have paper ballots still, I proffer in this bill, Madam Speaker, that we go to a system of voting whereby in the primary election we have a two-sided ballot representing all races within that election, on one side for the Republican Party and on the other side for the Democratic Party, so that there minimizes the opportunity for crossover spoilage, and it minimizes the opportunity for one to vote for a certain group of candidates in a certain party, and in the possible eventuality of another race on the backside, having only one member of a party run, to spoil that ballot by not being in keeping with only being able to vote for one party in that primary election. Madam Speaker, originally in this bill, we were going to have a separate ballot for the congressional race. But it was brought up that that could be problematic and could be challenged. So we withdrew that, and we went to this simple format, which we think will be very helpful and allow for our people's vote to be registered and hopefully not be spoiled with the best possible means. And we thought that this would be one of them. Madam Speaker, also, there was a number of contentions that, and I believe even a lawsuit, Madam Speaker, that included the fact that we did not follow the procedures for the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act as amended by the Military and Overseas Voter Empowerment, or what became the MOVE Act. And Madam Speaker, this basically just also puts into place that the Guam Election Commission, will no longer have any ambiguity on their responsibilities, that it'll be clear that they conform to the MOVE Act, allowing our individuals serving in the military to have the ability to exercise their most precious right, and that is to vote absentee and to be able to also avoid any possible lawsuits in close elections whereby those votes would or may have a determining factor. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity once again to speak on this bill, and I hope my colleagues can support it, possibly amend it, make it better. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Duenas. On the motion, Senator Tony Adams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the author of the bill had spoke about the one side for the Republicans and one side for the Democrats, I proffer an amendment to add a new part 2 for independent candidates, those that are in a unrecognized party, or they're just independent of the Republicans or the Democrats. And the purpose of the primary elections is to provide the political subdivisions and to provide the recognized political parties with an electoral process to select their nominees for the general election. And in most of the political subdivisions, independent or unrecognized parties are not required by local law or state constitutions to select their nominees by way of a primary election. Most political subdivisions allow independent candidates the opportunity to appear on the general ballot by obtaining a substantial number of signatures on a nominating petition. And that traditionally is between 1% to 3% of the electorate. The existing requirement for an independent legislative candidate to compete is to compete for up to 4% of the vote in a restrictive primary election. And that kind of makes it nearly impossible for an independent candidate to obtain any votes. And that's because usually the numbers are high of legislative candidates on those of the Republican side and the Democrat side of the primary. So it leaves less than 1% of the voters to opt to cast votes for an independent candidate on the independent column of the ballot. And the intent of this amendment is to provide independent candidates with a fair and equitable mechanism similar to that used in other jurisdictions to gain placement on the general election ballot. So what I like to do is on Section 2 is to add a new Section 6115, added to Chapter 6 of 3 GCA, and it's to read as follows. I'm just going to go through it. And on 6115, nomination of an independent candidates for the general election. And for the purpose of this section, independent candidate means any person qualified as a candidate under the laws of Guam and the laws of the United States applicable to Guam, who is not a declared or registered member of a recognized political party on Guam. To be designated as an independent candidate, a person must renounce any affiliation with a recognized political party prior to declaring candidacy as an independent candidate. And to obtain placement on the general election ballot for the office of senator, an independent candidate shall submit a nominating petition consisting of not less than 2% of the registered voters on Guam to the General Election Commission no later than 8 p.m. of the first Saturday of the month of September immediately preceding the applicable general election. And the basis for the number of registered voters for the purpose of this section shall be the number of registered voters at the preceding general election. To obtain placement on the general election ballot for the office of governor and lieutenant governor, independent candidates shall submit a nominating petition consisting of not less than 3% of the registered voters on Guam to the Guam Election Commission. And that section is just follows the same as for the office of senator. And then for the office of representative, the House of Representative, a nominating petition of not less than 3% of the registered voters on Guam to the Guam Election Commission. And then also for the office of mayor, an independent candidate shall submit a nominating petition consisting of not less than the greater of 2% of the registered voters of the village, or 100 registered voters of the village to the Guam Election Commission no later than 8 p.m. of the first Saturday. And this section shall be effective for the 2010 general election and thereafter. Section 3 will be Section 16207 of 3 GCA amended to read as follows. 16207, independent candidates. Nomination papers may be filed on behalf of independent candidates. The papers shall be similar in form and signed to the manner as in the case of party candidates. And then Section 4 will be the repealer. All laws requiring independent or non-recognized party candidates to compete in a primary election or that are inconsistent with the intent of this act are repealed. And that's my amendment, Madam Speaker, on
Yeah, Senator, I think
it seems longer than the bill, but
it confused me more than anyone because there's the format in which you have this, of course, is just it seems as though you want to completely substitute this bill that's here because there is no part 1 and you're creating a part 2 and you're starting a whole new section, a whole new legislative findings and intent. So that
this
appears
is
to be more of a bill in itself or totally a replacement of what's here. But I know your motion was to add an amendment. So I think we need to take a recess at this time and then, no, not for the day, definitely not.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
legislature's back in session. I did say that the legislature's back in session, and Senator Ada, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After wonderful consultation with my colleagues, yeah, such a happy body. I would like to withdraw my amendment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, and there are
You're
no
welcome.
objections to it.
Thank you.
So, anybody else would like to speak on the motion? None. So, Senator, would you like to close?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm going to find the language for this, but I do recognize the good intent of the mover of the amendment, that even as we vote now, there is a provision for an independent candidate to run. So I'm going to amend this bill in the proper section to include for, even on the two-sided ballot, an independent column, just as it exists now when you have a primary on one side selecting the races. It would not change what we already do. It will still make it less confusing for a two-sided ballot, but an independent column has to be there. So if an individual wanted to run independently, could select either side of the ballot to put their name in as an independent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, on the motion then to send Bill 54-31 COR.
Yeah, let me,
No, I thought you said you're going to introduce it, an amendment or a bill?
an amendment. So can we take
Oh,
a
an
recess to get
amendment.
this amendment done?
Oh, okay. So, we're going to recess.
I should be able to do this quite quickly.
Okay, recess.
I want electronic and the paper, and I want it to match again. I'm not just. On electronic voting.
I filed a new bill today that when you vote through the electronic voting machine, you have to have some kind of machine where it prints out the ballot as it goes, you mark it, and you take that print out and put it in the box, and all those ballots will be counted. That's good. Whether it was from the machine or whether it was from your hand, it will be counted the same way. Then the paper turn out.
Yes, that is the right way to do that.
And you agree to split that into the first. I just found that. So Danny Walker says, you've done a series of bills to have election reform. Was there any problem with the last election? I said, yeah, there's an active case in the Superior Court. And then she's like, keep rolling the camera behind while I'm talking. She's I think you're looking for a new office.
I mean, that there was a public hearing, so that.
But if your amendment passed, it'd be more enticing.
Shit, a lot of us will just run independent. They'll save what? Thousands of dollars from having to run. Shit, so it's be like Satan, it will be I can. We already had the Green Revolution Party, that didn't last long. Why don't we just don't have a party? And have the full representation of the people of Guam, like you allow no party. The Guam party, that's it. How do you like that, Ben? Come on.
Hey, then you had breakfast with the governor, because this morning he said he has spam and eggs, and that's what you ate for breakfast. No, you said you had spam and eggs.
Yeah,
And
shit,
that's-
you didn't even tell us.
And the governor said he had spam and eggs. So I think you'll have breakfast with the governor. Did you try the oatmeal? McDonald's? Not McDonald's. It's good. The oatmeal from McDonald's is pretty good.
You should see, Frank making 101 swans, origami 101. Oh, that was PNC. PNC. Mark. They had me on this. Sleeping on the top. They had several senator girls. And they tried to get the camera to look like really sleepy or really dark. Really gorgeous. Said if they were to make, like how this volunteer does and stuff, if they were to do groups of mothers for, the stories that they do, they said, it's like that. I didn't know that. And then when you put all of it, it sounds like one long. My husband was telling me to be careful about what I say since he's the international fire. What he did this general report. No, I don't. It was Air Force. And that's 2 bills suspended.
The legislature's back in session center, Dueñas.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, as it's quite important that we have proper instructions, and we have to understand that there is provisions for independent on the primary ballot. I ask that we suspend discussion on this bill and continue to move on as our legal counsel continues to work on amendments to make this proper.
So on the motion then, without any objections, so ordered. Thank you. We are now on Bill 56-31, and I recognize the author, Senator Rodriguez. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to place Bill 56, the third reading file, and open up for discussion.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 56 is relative to policymakers participating in the Government of Guam Health Insurance Negotiating Team by amending subsections 4302C of Article 3, Chapter 4, Title 4, Guam Code Annotated. Madam Speaker, it wasn't too long ago, a few months ago, that the health insurance program for the Government of Guam employees and retirees was the talk of our island. Was a big topic during the campaign, and rightly so. There was an increase, substantial increase of over $20 million from last fiscal year to our current fiscal year. And one of the concerns that were raised up during the talk during the campaign was that the Health Committee chairperson of the legislature was not involved in the crafting of that health insurance program. And so, when I looked at the statute, and I said, wow, that individual, that chairperson of that committee is not even tasked to be part of that negotiating team. And so I said, this is something now, as we look back and say, you know what, even if it was talked about during the campaign, maybe it is time for members of the legislature to be part of that negotiating team, to protect the interest of the members of the health insurance program, the retirees of our government, but also, Madam Speaker, it has a lot to do with every taxpayer of our island. Initially, you think that when you talk about the health insurance program, it only affects the employees and the retirees who are in the program. But Madam Speaker, when you talk about a $20 million increase in the price of how much we have to pay for that, then it becomes a concern and a problem for everyone else on our island. And so this bill came about. And I know there was a testimony from the Attorney General on this bill after the public hearing was held. And the concerns were that including members of the legislature may once again be inorganic. Although I personally don't think there's a problem with it, I know that that is something we must take care of in this legislation in order for this to make sure that we have our policymakers included in this negotiating team. And so I know that we'll take a look and see how we can amend this measure as we go on with the debate on this legislation to see how we can accommodate that testimony from the Attorney General. But Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues, and I thank the 9 of them who agreed to be part of this, to be co-sponsor of this legislation. I thank them for recognizing the importance that we must play in this whole process. This affects the lives of our GovGuam workers, our retirees, and when it has a significant increase of what it has today, then it affects everyone on our island. So I look forward to more debate on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks very much, Senator. When you're done, you can come up here then. Okay. So, Senator Muñoz, you're recognized.
Si Duas Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to rise and speak in support of Bill number 56-31 that talks about adding memberships to the negotiating team. As mentioned earlier, the inclusion of this health insurance negotiating team, when the issue of why the legislature, why wasn't it involved, the health chair committee said that they should have known what was going on with these insurance negotiations. Why did we have to wait till this came out publicly for us to be heard? And the answer was because they were never a part of it, and not because they didn't want to be. It's because that's the way the rules and regs are provided for in law. And the inclusion of that in order to make, I guess, not have a fair playing field, but to encompass the concerns that may come up with the different branches of government when this insurance negotiating team is happening. There was a provision that will be included, that the chairperson of the Committee on Health or the successor committee of Legislature in Guahan or his or her designee, the chairperson for the Committee on Appropriations or the successor committee of the legislature or his or her designee be included in that. I said then that brings, for me, the better representation from all the parts of government, because it states here, Madam Speaker, that in the inclusion of this negotiating team, they have different parts of the executive branch, judicial branch, and the legislative branch. But as we look at accountability and transparency on the implementation of the Health Care Insurance Transparency Act of 2010, which was Public Law 30-227, they didn't realize that we needed to make sure that all the spectrums of the different branches were included. And as you know, that one of the part of the negotiating team consists of the director of DOA, the administrator of Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disability, which would address the disability community, the director of BBMR or his designee, and then of course the representation of a member of the judicial branch, which was the Chief Justice or his designee. And for me, knowing that the Committee on Appropriations plays a big part in as far as how the budget of government in Guam is to be delineated, I thought that I believe it is an important factor that they be included in. And also, as the chair on the Committee of Health should be included in this provision, it's only fair as they have oversight on all the health concerns, and which insurance negotiation, health insurance negotiations is a part of that of the health chair's oversight. So I think this is a fair provision of inclusion. I support the bill, and I want to thank the author of the legislation for including me as co-sponsorship. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope my colleagues vote for this effort. Si Diyos masi. Si Diyos masi. Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. I know it's such a really very simple bill, but then again, there's this, there's a reason for this, and there's a history as well, you see, for this. And I know for many years, it has been the individuals that you have described who have been participating as members of this negotiation team, and it's normally considered the governor's call to start the negotiation and to negotiate on behalf of all government of Guam employees. And when you look at the individuals who are participating, naturally, because there are three branches, you want to make sure the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary branch. But in the legislative side of that negotiation team is not the person is not representing per se the health committee, the chair who has oversight, or the OFB, the Office of Finance and Budget chair at all. It's representing the members, the employees of the legislature. You also see that the largest group of all is education, and rightfully so that they be a part of this negotiation. Then again, the next largest group are the retirees. So they need to know, because time and time again we're told by these insurance companies that the reason why the rates are so expensive, the premiums that we have to pay that are so expensive, because they blame it on the retirees because of all the illnesses that they have, and they would prefer, yes, just to keep those who are active because they can keep their costs down. But, and that's the reason why it's important to have the retirees to participate, and everybody else. And now to include the chairman of the health committee makes a lot of sense. S-E-N-S-E. It really does, because he has oversight of health insurance, all aspects of health. It also makes sense, but in this case, C-E-N-T-S, to have the Office of Finance and Budget. Because as you can saw, what happened is last year when they were negotiating, nobody knew that the premiums were going to go up. Nobody knew that there was supposed to be a $20 million price tag added onto this health insurance contract, because everyone who sat in that negotiation team could not disclose anything that's being discussed in there. And if any documents is to be given out to be shared, looking at even their profits those documents have to be taken back again immediately as they're done so that that type of information would not be divulged to the public. That being said, then, Madam Speaker, none of those members could either come out and say to the legislature, to any one of us, when we were doing the budget in August, not September, August, and we could have, if we had known that there was going to be that $20 million shortfall, we could have done something to address that. Unfortunately, the budget then was passed. The governor signed it. We didn't even know about it until afterwards, when it was revealed that there was going to be the requirement of the governor's signature on this document. And as you know, history has shown is that past 2 other contracts for this health insurance were never even signed. And the last one is like the last one in was the first one signed, and then all the others were then signed afterwards because they got caught for not signing the health contract. And now we're stuck holding the back. Now we're short $20 million. And how are we going to make up that $20 million? That's the $20 million question that we all are asking ourselves and scratching our heads now as to how we're going to make up for that $20 million. And it's so critical that, yes, these 2 individuals or their designee be a part of this negotiation team. And it's so easy, yes, for the AG to try to say it's inorganic again. Well, let me tell you, without the legislature being in here, how then are we ever going to decide how to pay this, how to be able to appropriate it without the legislature's involvement? So inorganic or not, this definitely makes sense and sense. Thank you very much.
Si Diyos Masi, Madam Speaker, I love your tenacity. Anyone else wishing to speak on Bill number 56? Anybody else wishing to speak on Bill 56? If not, Senator Rodriguez. Oh, Senator Mabini, you can speak. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. First, I rise in full support of the bill, and I commend the author. I know that at one point of my public career that this was an area of concern of mine as far as the lack of participation in the decision making by the negotiating team. The legislature, I believe, has been one of the agencies branches that has a lot of accessibility. We also are privy to a lot of information from all various areas based on the various areas of concern on our island, whether it's health, whether it's education or whatnot. And I believe that having representation here opens up the dialogue and opportunities for extra coverage that we should consider. For instance, one of the issues that have been going on that it has been of concern and has been brought to my attention many times has been why is it that Guam, for instance, does not cover occupational therapy, or insurance coverage does not have occupational therapy or physical therapy, and that question keeps coming up. And in addition to having feedback from our legislature, if we were to get into the negotiating team, I think what I find valuable as well is that individuals who feel that there is something that they can contribute, as far as our fellow legislators, that we'd be able to approach our colleague, our chairperson of the Committee on Health, and hopefully he'll be able to go in and make a difference with the negotiations. And I commend our fellow colleague for submitting this, and I know a lot of individuals in our public sector is going to also appreciate this. I hope that our financial issues that are now being, that our Madam Speaker had brought up is something that can be addressed by virtue of our participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mabini. Senator Pangilinan on the motion? Okay. Yes, on the bill. No amendments, not yet at least.
Thank you, and Sijusmasi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I also have the same kind of hesitancy, I think, that was voiced when first discussing this with regards to being a member of the negotiating committee, because I've always believed really in the separation of powers, and sometimes I go overboard. I think this, I forgot what it was, but there was, the governor had asked me to join his, I think he was putting together some financial group early on in the administration. You know, I wrote back to the governor early on in this term, this governor, and I said, "Dear Governor, you know, based on my understanding of the separation of powers, I believe that it would be inappropriate for me to participate in your executive council because it is going to exercise powers that are purely executive in nature, and therefore I, as a sitting senator, I thought would be almost subverting my power over to you, and then not being able to exercise that power on the legislative side once any of the decisions that are made there should require legislative decision for its implementation." So I've always been very, very careful of the separation of powers issue. The governor just sent down, and you know, it's the separation of powers is a constitutional and an organic act issue. It is very clear in the Organic Act that there exist 3 branches of government, co-equal, and therefore intrusion of one into the other brings about the question of separation of power. So I was very, so that was the first one. I sent the governor a letter telling him, "Thank you very much, I certainly appreciate it. Once you complete your work and you need some examination or assistance on the legislative side, you may forward it down, and I'll be happy to work with it and review it and act on it in my duty and capacity as a member of the legislative body." I guess a couple weeks ago, I got another letter that this time he didn't even ask me to join. He just appointed me to some advisory body that I haven't seen the executive order on. I think he formed an executive order. I'm not even sure how he formed it. I just got a letter saying, "Hey, you're a member." You know, not even, no like call, no courtesy, nothing. It's like if I work for him, as if I work for him, you know. And I don't. I work for the people of Guam. He works for the people of Guam. We work for the same people, but we don't work for each other, you know. And so, but I was really kind of shocked about that because I just got a letter saying, "I'm appointing you, and you have to come to this meeting." And I'm going, "Oi, what was that?" But I am concerned about those kind of issues, and I'm surprised that the governor hasn't looked at those issues when he's doing these task forces, because he's so concerned about his Organic Act power and the Organic Act and the matters in the Organic Act that outline what is reserved for the legislature, what is reserved for the administration, and what is reserved for the judiciary. But there is a value, I think, for the participation of this, and certainly I believe that our discussion with the good chair of the Health Committee, that we can, by setting the parameters for the participation of the elected legislative representatives on that, once we set the parameters for that, that I believe we can successfully cordon off the powers and that the committee has from, and exercising those powers from the presence of the elected legislative representatives there, which would, in my mind, I feel comfortable then, would resolve the separation of powers issue. And so I think he has an amendment to address that matter, and certainly would support that. I was just wondering, you know, what would happen, for example, because it says the committee, chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, or the successor of the Committee of the Legislature in Guam, or his or her designee. I was just kind of curious. I mean, I wonder what would happen if I designated somebody like, you know, with good financial background, good health background, good health administration background. I don't know, maybe somebody like Luleon Guerrero as my representative. I wonder if the governor would accept that representative on the committee. So I just wanted to kind of see if we could, if we needed to cordon that off, are we looking at the designee of the chairperson to be restricted to somebody on staff, somebody within the legislative branch, or could it be a private individual? Could it be somebody else completely outside the legislative branch that I could designate to become a member of that? And I'm sure that, that's just for consideration, I guess, and thought for the committee as well as this legislative body. Not that I intend to do that. I think Senator Lu's too busy to accept my appointment of her to this committee. I'm sure she would love it. She's definitely passionate about healthcare and cost of healthcare. But I was just wondering what that would, what kind of reaction that would have from the administration if something like that should occur. But I do, again, want to say that there is value to the legislative representatives being aware of the decisions that are being made that can impact what would be required for the support and the funding of this program once it hits the legislature, and that the participation and the thoughts and the concepts that may be presented from the legislative representatives in their unique perspectives as chairman of health and chairman of appropriations, I think would be a positive addition to the deliberations of the voting members, maybe you might want to call it that, of the negotiating committee. So I certainly stand in support of the idea that's presented here, and I think that it would be a positive addition to to the negotiating committee as they proceed to carry out their duties and responsibilities. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Si Dus Masi, and I thank the good chairman for his introduction of this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the motion? Okay, I recognize then the chairman, I mean, not the chairman only of the committee, but the sponsor, primary sponsor of Bill 56, Senator Rodriguez, to close and or make amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment to offer, and this would be on page 3, line 2. After Justice of the Supreme Court, page 3, line 2. Okay, after the Justice of the Supreme Court of Guam, to add the words "to sit as ex officio members." And then it goes on, the chairperson of the Committee on Health or the successor committee of E. Legislature in Guahan or his or her designee, the chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations or the successor committee of E. Legislature in Guahan or his or her designee. And I think, Madam Speaker, that's just to be cautious. You know, we did get the testimony from the Attorney General, which talks about the separation of powers and the possibility that this could be inorganic to put an elected member in that negotiating team. I think now by putting this amendment in and making sure that we are there as observers, we are there to make sure, at least for the Health Committee side, to make sure that the benefits that are discussed there and the benefits that are negotiated are really for the best interests of the members of the program, the retirees, and to make sure that there's no fluff that's added into the benefits. You know, it's very easy to say, okay, we're going to add these benefits, but really, if you look at it, those benefits are never used or hardly used. So that's one of the intents that the Chairman on Health would have in that role. Thank you.
On the amendment, which is on page 3, line 2, after the Supreme Court of Guam, to add the words "to sit as ex officio members," and those members are the 2 chairpersons of the Committee on Health and OFB in the legislature, Senator Munya Barnes.
Si Dus Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand and rise in support of the amendment, but I just want to know, just so that we're maybe grammatically correct, or to make sure that we don't, I just think that maybe instead Justice of the Supreme Court of Guam, period, and then we can either make the T, the capital T, the chairperson and go all the way down, or his designee will sit as ex officio members. I don't know if that's grammatically better to
No,
put
because
down.
then you're continuing with the other members, the
No, then
employee,
put
the
period.
representative of the legislative branch, and then you're talking about the superintendent, and so it continues. That's why the semicolon for, I think maybe this can be a minor or technical correction that legal counsel.
Yeah, just
can-
as long as the verification is that the two members would sit. I
Yes.
just didn't want to have any confusion that anybody else under that would be ex officio members. Okay?
I think
So
that,
I guess I'll make that
yeah.
the technical
So-
correction for
Yes, so
legal
that-
counsel to make sure that it's just the representation from the legislative portion. Okay?
Yes.
Yes.
No
Good
objection
job.
to that amendment, so thank
Thank
you,
you.
Senator. So on the motion then to send, are we okay, Senator Rodriguez? Do you want to close? Okay. So the motion then is to send Bill 56-31 to third reading file without any objection. So ordered. Thank you. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. You know, all these things, you're right, because you spoke in the amendment. I didn't even ask if there's any objections to the amendment, but anyway, so no objection, and it went down to third reading file, so sorry. 6 o'clock, okay, continue. Senator Barnes on bill number 57, Munya Barnes. I'm going to tell your husband, just wait, that you don't want to be called Barnes.
Jesus Masi, Madam Speaker. We're on a roll here. We got one more hour. Thank you, Jesus Masi, Madam Speaker, again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, wait. I'd like to
Yes.
move bill number 57-31 COR as substituted by the Committee on Municipal Affairs, Tourism, Housing, and Recreation as introduced by T.R. Munya Barnes and J.T. Wampat, EDD, to third reading, and I'd like to talk about it.
Please continue.
Si Diyos Masi, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, in the auditor's report, public auditor's report in December of 2010, the performance audit of the Liberation Day Committee, the public auditor found that for the past 6 years, from 2004 to 2009, that the Guam Island Fair Committee, better known as the Liberation Day Committee, was not held accountable for the funds raised during the annual Liberation festivities. And Madam Speaker, she further noted that since the committee membership is subject to change annually, each committee is distinct from its predecessor, and without oversight and continuity, prior committees were lax about the accountability and transparency. The OPA further said that we found no evidence that proper financial reports were prepared and submitted to any oversight body. Madam Speaker, she also found that the lack of oversight has allowed for poor record keeping, negligence even regarding tax-exempt filing requirements, and failure to comply with orders to establish a special textbook fund which was supposed to receive 50% of the liberation proceeds. And I know you're familiar about that textbook fund. Madam Speaker, in this bill number 57-31, it recognizes that during these difficult financial times, all entities empowered by the laws of Guam must function within the boundaries of proper management and fiscal controls. And to that end, this measure permanently vests the appointment authority of the Liberation Day Committee with the Mayor's Council of Guam in tradition of the executive orders now spanning 2 administrations. In fact, as one of Governor Cabo's first executive orders, Madam Speaker, he chose to give the Mayor's Council purview over the Liberation Day Committee again. This measure, which has garnered the support of ALUP as well as our Mayor's Council, makes it a good thing for it to be permanent. Madam Speaker, this bill does go a couple of steps further. In addition to the consistency that a permanent home with our mayors will provide, Bill 57 as substituted. One of it will mandate that the membership of a representative from the Department of Administration and the Office of the Public Auditors are included so that the records are properly kept and accurate financial accounting measures are implemented. Number two, it mandates that the use of basic government process through quotes, which according to the OPA, the auditor audits has led to the financial disarray in the past. Three, at the request of the governor, the measure also requires that 50% of funds collected during the Liberation Day festivities committee are held in trust for a charitable cause or public good as determined by our First Lady of Guam, thus removing the mandatory deposit to the textbook fund, which has never received funds because it never existed. I know, Madam Speaker, this may hold some concern to some folks, but I want to stress that when this textbook fund was created, it never received its available funding, and I'm just hoping that it gets the support there. Madam Speaker, I want to take this time to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this Bill 57. I know that you're very familiar, and our colleagues who were in the 30th Guam Legislature also know that this is a similar bill that you introduced in the 30th Guam Legislature, and it was supported. It received favorable consideration, but it never got through. So with the new reintroduction, I'm hoping that my colleagues would at least consider and hope that the mayors will be given the opportunity to have this be a part of their permanent, committee duties, and know that they will do a good job. As you know, and I know that the mayors are do anything and everything for their village residents. So I implore my colleagues to help me support the same, and the mayors have presented during the testimony, they've given positive reaction, and they all support, all the Mayor's Council of Guam and the mayors support this effort. Sizos Masi.
All right, and can I take a brief recess? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do support the bill. I better support the bill and the second co-sponsor, unless I make a motion to remove myself.
No.
Okay, but the first motion then is I'd like to make a motion to include Senator Sam Mabini as a third co-sponsor.
Without any objections, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, on page 3, right after line 13, and it's to add a new section. And the reason for this, because if you recall, there's been several discussions on this in the media when this first concept was discussed. And more importantly, when the mayors had already been actually sponsoring this, that in order for them to continue, is that they would like some permanency in this. And yes, you and I had introduced this last year, but towards the end of the year, the bill was never really brought to the floor, and then we had reintroduced it and made it even better to provide accountability. There are several things in here that are also new, and because, like I said, the discussion in terms of what types of activities we want to actually occur. And we are, when you really consider the festivities, the liberation festivities, that it's really a family-oriented festivities, and we like to be able to continue to keep it that way. There are other activities, of course, that may actually happen in our villages during the individual fiestas. I almost forgot. It's because I don't have fiestas. Because I'm the only one in my family, so I can't have one. So, but if you all would like to join me, maybe one day I will. But anyway, but in all the villages, individual villages, is that they actually do have these type of casino activities actually happening there, and every one of those activities can actually occur with the governor's consent or approval. Now, the community has really made a very, very strong statements or oppositions in terms of actually doing a daily type of casino gambling, or an activity that would just be a part of our community. So when you stop and think of it, if we have a fiesta almost really every month, and in some cases we have two, then that's the number of gambling activities that are actually taking place in our villages. Now, I know that recently there was this discussion, and the mayors are moving forward only because they haven't heard anything. The governor's not made, a determination one way or the other to say, yes, I am approving it, or no, I'm not, and his silence, of course, is deafening. And I think this is really important. It's just a reiteration of already what we know to be. But I'd like to add a new section 3, and then from there on to have legal counsel renumber the subsequent sections. And the language here is that any casino gambling activity then must be approved by the governor in writing. And none of this silence, of non-approval or approval, but that it's still there. It's still within his purview. It's still his organic authority. We're really talking about a lot about the Organic Act. Maybe we're wearing it out to the point where we don't need it anymore. But anyway, but that's my amendment, that any casino gambling activity must be approved by the governor in writing.
On that amendment, on the Speaker Wampet amendment, are there any objections? No objections. Motion carries. Speaker Wampet, you're still
Thank you again. Madam Speaker, I know that, and you know where I'm always coming from, that I do like the idea of our public school library resource, to continue to fund, to be able to continue to provide funding for our schools, our public, school libraries, And although, yes, they do currently have a funding source, and that comes right out of the passport fees, and so naturally that was deleted, and you had substituted it by now actually transferring instead that 50% of the net proceeds to be held in trust by the council, and that the monies then will be donated to any charity or worthy public cause as to be determined by the First Lady. And it always has been, I know traditionally, that the First Lady, actually is primarily the primary person, when any of these type of events have been happening. And I'm just wondering, because, she has been involved. We like to continue to see her get involved, and not just only the extent of having to make, decisions on a charity or worthy cause, but I think that, by having her participate, really, at least even as an ex officio honorary member, I really think she should be a part of this committee. And I'm just trying to see where that, would fit in. Somebody help me quickly. There. On the Guam Island Fair Committee, that we actually add on the First Lady as, you know, whether it's an honorary or ex officio member. I don't know what is the pleasure of a real member then? Okay, so that she can vote, so to make her a member. I think it's her voice is very important and her participation is very important in this. So that is my second amendment to add on at the end, I guess, of line 26 and 1, and the First Lady.
And the First Lady.
Yes.
So it's the First Lady of Guam or the First Lady of the village?
Of the Guam.
On that amendment? Without any objection, motion carries. Speaker Wampat, you still have the floor. Okay.
No, I just want to thank you very much, and I do support your bill. Thank you very much.
Si Diyos masi. Are anyone else wishing to speak on the main motion? Yes, Speaker Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Si Diyos masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise, of course, in support of the bill, but I also wanted to bring up a concern, I guess, that was voiced by the Executive Director of the Mayor's Council of Guam with regards to meeting of the committee. And I wanted to ensure that the concern was addressed and a decision was made that based upon the concern whether or not to resolve it or to continue. But they talked about the prohibition against meeting during working hours and things of that of the committee, and that because the Mayor's Council is so busy and with different things even during off working hours, but other members may not have that luxury, that the issue of allowing the committee, I guess, to work during working hours was considered by the committee and the authors, and that whatever is in the bill took into consideration that request, and I wanted to just be assured that was done. And it may have, I'm not sure, because we now allow, I guess, the employees or participating departments may be given a limited time to prepare departmental agency or floats for the designated parades. But again, that doesn't resolve the question that was brought about with regards to the committee members themselves of being allowed to meet during working hours, because in the other areas we're saying that we can't expend any funds and we can't, which would mean that the salaries paid for somebody that's in the planning committee to plan for this if it was during working hours, that those that would be prohibited. And so I just wanted to voice that concern and I guess get some reassurance that that was considered in the final draft of the bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
On the motion, Senator Mabini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in full support of Bill number 5731, and I commend the author. Having had served during the Liberation Day parades, I understand the importance of ensuring that the management, the operations of the parade is monitored, and part of the legislation on page 4 had indicated the bidding process, and I'm a little bit concerned. I was concerned about that section, not to mention that the bill could probably be improved if we were to include the one entity that we recognize every year who participates in the Liberation Day Parade, and that's PBS Guam, KGTF TV 12, who does the annual live broadcast and coverage of the parade. So what I am proposing is an amendment. This would be on page 5, to add a new separate section, section number 5, and it would be entitled Broadcast Privilege. And in this section, the language that I would include is the Guam Island Fair Committee shall ensure that the official broadcast media partner for the live coverage of the Liberation Day Parade shall be PBS Guam, KGTF TV 12. And they have been a historical partner of the Liberation Day Parade, and I believe I'd be remiss to not include them in this important bill. Okay, and I'd like to
on the amendment.
I'd like to thank the author too for including me.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to thank the author for also including me as a co-sponsor for bill number 5731.
So on the amendment, no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. That's it.
We're going to take a brief recess.
Is there any more chocolate?
legislature is back in session. Senator Frank Blas, you're recognized. For
Thank
an
you, Madam
amendment.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, and with regards to the concern that was brought up by the good senator from Barragata, and basically a concern that was brought to him as well as to myself, by the executive director of the need and the ability to be able to have a little flexibility for them to be able to meet and to prepare for the island fair during government time. Madam Speaker, there may be some people that say, this is not a government function, but it is. If you look, the island fair is actually something that is actually contained. And let me go back to I started the day with that document. I'll end the day with the document, that Organic Act. It's the only really island event that is recognized in that, and therefore it is an official function of this government. In as far as the recognition, and I think that there could be a whole discussion with regards to who we should start to begin to recognize in as far as this island fair. I won't get into a long discussion on that one right now because we need to go. I'm sure that many of my colleagues like to go home a little bit earlier. But with that said, Madam Speaker, is so that we can help to provide them the flexibility. I propose an amendment that it will be contained actually on page 3. And what it will basically do is, first off, delete the language that's found on page 3 on line 5, starting with the word otherwise, to line 9, parades, period, and replace that language with actually it'll say now may use government. It'll read now, but neither it nor any agencies, instrumentalities or employees may use government supplies or equipment in the planning and preparation for the island fair. So that way the restriction is actually on the equipment and the supplies. There is now flexibility to be able to use the work hours.
Okay. On the amendment, any discussion? No objection, so ordered. Thank you, Senator Blas.
They never do anything.
Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized either for an amendment or to close.
Getting ready to close, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues for strengthening the bill and supporting its efforts. And I also just want to say that you previously talked about the First Lady and being a part of the Liberation Day Committee. And I know with the Liberation Day Committee and the Guam Island Fair and the similarities that just if the legal counsel can make the technical changes that she's part of both, I hope my colleagues would make that as an inclusion.
On that amendment without any objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I just want to again extend my condolences for them supporting the mayors and realizing the hard work that they do, and especially that they've been able to do this festivities now going on its 3rd year. So with that being said, I'd like to move this bill number 57 as substituted to the 3rd reading voting file.
On that motion without any objections, so ordered. Thank you. We're on Bill 57-31, and I recognize VA Ada. I hope you don't have 20-page amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I don't. And this is Bill 5931, Madam Speaker.
59, okay. 59?
5931, Madam Speaker.
Okay. A motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move Bill 5931 to the 3rd reading file, and just to briefly speak on it, Madam Speaker.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill 5931, what this bill does, it would require the autonomous agencies to submit the quarterly staffing reports to the Speaker, and the bill will also require the agencies to post their final quarter of fiscal year 2010 staffing pattern. The budget law did not require the autonomous agencies and DOE to submit staffing patterns, and since issues like the Hayes study and other salary adjustments have affected autonomous agencies, staffing costs should be made available to the public. And Madam Speaker, this is just in keeping with our transparency in government. And we just want to continue that route as we, people obviously go onto the internet and they look at different agencies and they look at the staffing patterns. And we just want to make sure that it's consistent throughout, that all agencies have posted their staffing patterns. And also the bill requires that the last staffing pattern for fiscal year 2010 be posted on the internet because the fiscal year 2010 Budget Act of 2009 did not require the agencies to post their staffing patterns for 2010. And we're just having that included. And having the 2010 ending staffing patterns will allow the public to compare one fiscal year to the next. And since the enactment of Public Law 30-237, agencies are now required to post their budgets on their websites. The posting of the 2010 staffing pattern can be compared with the projected staffing costs and needs for each agency. And this will give the public a better view of how our government agencies operate, what they're looking at in their budgets and their staffing patterns. And like I said, Madam Speaker, this just keeps in line with transparency in our government. I just have one amendment to make, Madam Speaker, and it's very minor. And it's on page 1, line 9. And between the words current and staffing, I like to add the word legible. And this is because sometimes when our agencies fax or scan the staffing patterns, either the fonts are too small or they're poorly scanned, so it doesn't become legible to the viewer when they're looking at it online, Madam Speaker, or even for ourselves when we get a fax copy or a scanned copy. We just want to make sure that we get everything and it's legible and we can see it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any discussion? No objection? So ordered. On the motion then to send Bill 59-31 to the third reading file without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I am going to go ahead and then call for recess because the next bill is much longer. That one, I looked through it and doesn't look like it's a real quick bill. No, this is not. We have already 2 in suspension right now. 2 bills in suspension. Yeah, 54 and 35. Oh, okay. So why don't we do that then? Yeah. Oh, no, but we don't have everybody here, though. Senator Yamashita is not here. And Senator Guthertz. 1 minute recess. The legislature is back in session. Senators, early tomorrow morning, 8:30, we will vote. It's very important to listen to this because tomorrow morning at 8:30, we're going to vote on bill number 127-31 LS. And after that, we would continue on the, hopefully, if Senator Dueñas is ready with his bill. If not, then we're moving on then to bill number 61-31. Senator Respicio? Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Consistent with what you said, I move then that we suspend any further discussion in the second reading file. And notwithstanding the House rules, we revert to the voting file for purposes of voting on Bill 127-31.
On that motion, without any objection, so ordered. We will recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please be prompt. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Bye-bye.